Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Finally, the time is here after 5 days of non-stop ferocious PUBG action. Myself and Imperium are here for the final day. Day number 6 of the AOC Masters. What an event we've seen thus far, Imperium. And you know what? I'm probably the most excited I've been throughout the week. The fact that we're heading into our last 4 games.
It is crazy. We touched upon it yesterday, how quick these things can go. It's like 6 days of action. You're thinking, yeah, there's loads of time. It's kind of like when you go on holiday, right? And you're like, yeah, I've like 6 days of holiday. I can enjoy this. So next minute, you're on your final day. And it's a little bit bittersweet, right? We've come this far. 20 games under every single team's belt. And it's coming down to these final 4 matches to determine who's going to come out on top and be crowned the winner of the AOC Masters Tournament.
Yeah, there are obviously a few favourites going into these final days. A few teams that are already sitting towards the top of the standings in terms of the chicken dinners. We're not going to talk too much about that. We'll wait until we get into sort of the overview and the live standings a little bit later on throughout the show. But it's crunch time for some of these teams.
It is.
If you ask me, any of the teams, you know, outside of sort of the top 11, top 12, I think it is, with 0 chicken dinners, they've got a mammoth of a task to try and win this event. They've pretty much got to win all 4 games in a row today, because we've already got 3 teams sitting at 3 chicken dinners already. So, but listen, it's PUBG Imperium at the end of the day. Funnier stuff has happened.
Yeah, the only team, I agree with you, but the only team I kind of want to put as an asterisk and exception to the rule as the kind of the bold capitals, the Comic Sans font, whatever you want, is BN United, right? Because they are playing in PGC, and right now they're coming into this, yes, with 0 chicken dinners, but with 87 kills. And if they were to get 3 out of the 4 chicken dinners with 5 to 10 kills every single game, they would be on top, right? Bar what other teams are doing. It's indeed a mammoth of a task, but I just have to highlight that they are the one team that I feel can do it. Yeah, if you was to have a gun held to your head, for example, say pick a team that hasn't got a chicken dinner to win 4 in a row, you'd probably bank a lot of your money and life savings on the squad of Battlegrounds United. But let's take a little look at how things will be playing out for today. Of course, we have seen 5 days worth of games already. We started this back on the 2nd of November. That was Tuesday. We ended it today on the 7th. And we have seen 16 teams across 7 different countries. We've had 2 from Thailand, the Chinese Taipei region. We've had 2 from Malaysia. We've had 3 from the Vietnamese region. 2 from the Oceanic, and so on and so on. And obviously that thing at the bottom of your screen here, Imperium, the most chicken rule. That's the key factor here. It is the key factor. The chicken dinner team, the one with the highest amount of chicken dinners, will come out on top. But I also have to highlight the tiebreaker rule, John. The team that has the higher rank in the last game, if they have the same amount of kills, sorry, it's like first it's more kill points, but then if both teams are on the same amount of kill points, it's the team in the previous game that has the better position. We see it between From the Future and Team Bliss already, right? Across the last 2 days, where they've traded because based on kind of kills and position in the previous game, so it could very much happen again today.
Yeah, but we saw for the first time yesterday as well a team pick up 2 chicken dinners within the same day. That would have been the squad of Fury, so definitely possible. Let's take a little look at the prize pool, though. This is what the players are playing for. The top spot will gain not only $3,000 into their bank accounts, they'll be grabbing a brand new keyboard, mouse, headset, and AOC monitor as well, because this total prize pool across the breakdown is for $43,000. It's a lot of money to be playing for. In second place, although you do lose yourself you do lose the mouse out of the keyboard, headset, and AOC monitor, you still gain yourself a nice cool $2,000, $1,000 for both third and fourth, and just a mouse, headset, and a monitor as well. But these are the teams, Imperium, coming in today. Who are we looking out for?
Yeah, 110%. Massive respect and love to every single one of these teams, by the way. At the end of the day, they all qualified outside of Team Bliss and Fury. They all qualified through their own country's qualifying phase, right? So they deserve to be here, and they deserve the credit for getting to this point and playing these amount of games. I know. Actually, you know what? I don't know, but I can only imagine how difficult it is to deal with the stress of the chicken dinner rule. So again, just a continued amount of respect and love to every single one of these teams for representing themselves, representing their team, and representing their country.
Yeah, I think, I think, I don't know about you, but myself as a person, I am very, proud of the nation of which I come from. So I think that has the added pressure, right? I'm not only playing for these organizations, but knowing that you're one of a potential 3 teams representing yourself from the region. So they definitely want to try and perform to impress the viewers and fans at home. But the story in the kill department, well, it's been led by pretty much 1 or 2 people the whole way, and that's going to be Flood of Fury and Shed of SGD. A little bit surprised though that I've seen Papichulo jump up into that mix though, Imperium. I think he went a little bit under the radar yesterday, and so did the squad of Team Extraordinaire. I think Team Extraordinaire did pick up a chicken dinner at one point, but Papichulo, well, it looks like he's been fragging.
He's been stepping up to play, especially yesterday. He was integral to his team's consistently strong performances across yesterday's games, and I had noted that, but I didn't necessarily correlated to kind of being within the top 3 of the kills. And to be fair, Shen has kind of led the pack up until, I think this is the first day in 3 days that Shen has not been in the number 1 spot. So massive props to Flood. It's really deserved, because him and the rest of the Fury side getting 2 chicken dinners yesterday, nearly a third, by the way, very nearly a third. And even when you move on to the damage, why kick a moo cow and Flood in the top 3 of the damage? It's insane.
Yeah, it doesn't really surprise you though. Yeah, at that any time I feel like you saw the squad of Fury engage in a team fight or any sort of engagement, therefore it's always really these 2 players, right? Flood and why kick a moo cow. You sometimes see the likes of Insight in there, but it's probably these 2 players that you'll always see in the kill column, finishing off kills or getting knocks, for example. Doesn't surprise me. We see Monty though for the side of Team Bliss there with 8,761 damage. And one thing you highlighted to yesterday is this man Monty has nearly double the next nearest player's headshot percentage on damage. Nearly 3,000 headshot damage. That is absolutely ridiculous, Imperium.
Like that's over 1/3 of his total damage has come from headshots. It's just incredible accuracy coming out from Monty, and to give credit to his teammate Bryn, who closes out the top 5 of the damage, despite them maybe not looking as strong as they did in the earlier parts of the week. It's still amazing how good of a job those 2 together have done for this side of Bliss. Well, as of right now, it doesn't matter if you don't have top players in the damage, in the kills, in the individual player stats, because at the end of the day, this is a team game, John. Right now, From the Future, they are currently the strongest team in this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because obviously we're going into the final day as well here in Imperium, right? So the added pressure of needing to perform flawlessly, obviously, adds to that. And if you're the likes of From the Future, Bliss, even Division X, for example, and you could throw SGD and E Arena into the mixer too, the team extraordinaire.
Yes.
You've been pretty much in this same positioning throughout the top 7 the whole tournament, right, and the whole event. So you're only one good game away from taking top spot. So it wouldn't surprise me today if we see a real relaxation factor about these teams. Playing the rotations nice and early, get yourself set up, and, trying to be a bit more of that traditional, slower style of play when it comes to a battle royale. But, well, that's what me and Imperium think. Why don't we go ahead and check out what our other casters think from across the regions as well. And it's, it's looking good right now if you're the Vietnamese casters or if you're the Chinese Taipei casters. You're not looking too bad with the E-Arena shout as well, but for myself, Vu, and Nam from the Battlegrounds United shouts, it's not looking too great.
Yeah, again, I think there's been some genuine surprises out of this because, okay, my Peaky Arena have definitely looked pretty solid across the board. Myth have looked okay, and Xiao Jidui have had their moments, and we're seeing the rise of Fury, of course, from yesterday. But nobody picked From the Future. Nobody picked Team Bliss. Nobody picked Division X Gaming. But this is what I love about Battle Royales. I'm not a massive fan of the prediction game. I was asked for a prediction. I was asked for a team to pick that I thought I could win. But I'm not normally a person that's for the predictions, because when you have 16 teams in the lobby across so many games, anything can happen. And we've seen some absolutely crazy things happen in these maps.
Yeah, and I'm really, really glad that we're starting off with Miramar as well, Imperium, if you ask me.
Yes.
I think you couldn't have asked for a better scene to be set here going into one of our final 4 games across the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021. I thought, I don't know if you agree, but I thought the Miramar games have been slightly more entertaining than some of the Erangel. I think we've had a few of the military base endings, and it's come down to more like a rotational phase. But in terms of pure action, I feel like Miramar might have just edged it over the course of the week. But then again, I guess it's all just personal preference on the style of play that you like to watch. But yeah, we are going to be starting things off here with Miramar today. Yeah. Going into this first game, what are these teams that saying to themselves, especially the teams in that top 7? Surely you have to be saying we need to make the end game.
So it's really difficult because you don't want to put it down to the kind of final match, but you also don't want to mess yourself up in the first match. So it's a little bit hit and miss. For the top 3, From the Future, Bliss, and Division X all have 3 chicken dinners. I can see them throughout the 4 matches playing a lot more of a relaxed, methodical play for the late game playstyle. For Fury and down below, I think they're going to be in a position of needing to take a couple of extra risks in match 2, 3, and 4. I think match 1, we're going to see outside of the Xiao Jidui and the Expendables fight, I think we're going to see a very passive game because teams are going to be threatened with caution. Hell, and I wouldn't even be surprised, as the Expendables do have 1 chicken dinner, if they even avoid a Xiao Jidui to try and play for a better late game to hopefully get a second chicken dinner on board in the final 4 matches. So yeah, I think the first match, passive, and then from there on, we'll see the teams that need to take more risks, need to try and control more, need to get that chicken dinner more, try and get that.
Yeah, I think, obviously my heart is telling me Battlegrounds United are going to win all 4, but let's think a little bit more logically with my mind and brain here. The ideal scenario, which I would love to see, is the 3 teams that are already on 2 wins. The squad of E-Arena, Fury, and Team Extraordinaire. I would love to see them each win one of the first 3 matches.
Ooh.
And then we're going into the final 4th game with like a 6-horse, 7-horse type of race going into match 4. That would be absolutely insane. So if you guys are watching, if you guys want to just communicate as to who's going to win what game, I'm joking, please don't do that, because if that actually happens, AOC, you're probably going to find me for sort of match fixing or something like that. But yeah, that would be a delightful scenario to happen. Could you imagine how intense that final game would be?
I can only imagine. I hadn't even imagined it, being honest, and the second he said it, I was like, that makes complete sense. So yeah, the 3 teams that are on 2 chicken dinners get a 3rd, and then we're going into our final match with like 6 or 7 teams with 3 chicken dinners, 1 to rule them all. but that also opens a door. If you have 6 or 7 teams with the same chicken dinner, even 2 or 3, being honest, technically, you could be better off playing for kills if it's within your playstyle, right? Because what makes the chicken dinner rule so difficult, so tough, is that you have to beat 16 other teams. You have to beat 60 other players. Whereas when you have 2 or 3 teams on the same amount of, or similar amount of kills, all you technically need to do is to get through 5, 10 other players in the form of kills, and then you could be ahead of them, right? So, you know, we could see teams play for kills a bit more than chicken dinners.
Yeah, I think it's going to really come down to their playstyle, right? Like the likes of Fury, for example, we highlighted yesterday. I think yesterday was some of the best third-party gameplay I've seen in PUBG for a long time, and that comes to the hands of Team Fury. We saw them engage fights when they needed to, even from the future, in terms of their slower back to the blue rotation phases when they won a game yesterday as well. So really comes down to how these players are going to play it, and whether or not they are going to get a little bit desperate, like you mentioned, towards the later stages and start to panic ever so slightly. But, well, here we go then. We are going to see the first playing line of the grand finals and the final 4 days. The path is moving its way from southwest all the way through to the northeastern side of the map, so it's going straight over loads of different big POI points here, and a lot of these places that it's going to be crossing are the main drop points for some of these teams.
Yeah, again, just no real exceptions on in terms of the drop spots. I shouldn't see any real changes. Fury will have a tiny bit of a longer drop to get towards their Western Las Leonas part, but it always comes down towards the phase 1 and where that ends up and how that kind of dictates teams' rotations throughout this early part of the game. PMA gonna have an easier drop going towards Impala, Bad Boys Alliance towards Cruz de Val, Division X and Front of the Future all relatively close by. Xiao Jui, we know they have Picado. Nobody else has landed there. They're all set and done. So again, first match of the day. I agree with you, John, to an extent, to actually a big extent, that Miramar has been the more entertaining map in terms of these games with regards to the AOC Masters. So I definitely agree. But like I said, this first match, passive, play it cool, see what you can do. Shen already has picked up a level 3 vest. You can't argue with that.
I don't think you'd want a better player to have a level 3 vest and a good bit of utility off spawn other than Shen. He's probably been the highlight player for the side of SGD, you could say so. But, well, here's the first phase. It shifted over towards the northwestern side here. I think, actually, if my mind serves me correctly, this is probably the first time we've seen a northern zone here on Miramar. They usually tend to shift quite towards the south or the western side. I think across the board today, or at least this week in AOC, finally we're going to see the likes of Cabrera and El Pozo in there as well. So a little bit of something new for the players to adapt to here.
Yes, and when you're looking at kind of key areas of this phase 1 to grab a bit of a hold of, Water Treatment Hill is a massive spot. You've got the hills just to the southeast of Le Cobre area in play. You've got the Craterfield Hill, which is absolutely massive to bear down on the teams around you. And then you've got that compound that's to the west of San Martin is pretty damn bang on to grab a bit of a hold of, is the side of Made in Thailand. Spots out one of the Expendables players.
Yeah, I think it's actually a 1v1 here over towards this selection of compounds. I think these 2 players are quite split from their teams, and well, for Thano, what, he had the upper advantage in terms of dropping Duck down to 20 odd HP, but guess what, my friend? That's a Kobe to the feet, and that's a finish off with that gun.
I love the
love
BM.
it. And that's what I mean. I think if you're a team coming into this final day, you got to come in, you got to be confident.
Fun fact, this is a little bit kind of off topic, but there was a tournament in COD Mobile a couple of months ago. I know it's a different game, whatever, but there was a tournament that I was watching, and a team got disqualified for shooting the body of the opponent after he killed him.
That's a legit.
And I'm like, that's what? Yeah, it was in that tournament.
Oh,
people are going crazy. And I was like,
What?
that's standard in-game BM. That's like
That's just
standard
esports,
psychology,
right? That's
exactly, that's
just esports.
Yeah, I was like, I was, because I love seeing stuff like that because it is, loads of these competitive players, you try and keep your cool about you, but when you get that kill and the emotion is there, right? And you express that emotion in the form of shooting the body of your opponent after you kill them. It feels damn good.
But not only that as well, it just creates storylines as well, right? Like
yes.
I'm a huge fan of storylines within, esports, and a lot of these players, they would have played. How many times do you reckon these people have played against each other? We're talking about the Asian,
hundreds of hours.
The Asian
imagine.
regionals, as a whole, right? These people have played against each other across regions so many times. So a lot of these players are probably good friends outside of the game. They probably run online games together quite often.
Yes.
So it doesn't make sense for me. This fact, I'm glad PUBG is a grown-ups esport, should I say? In that respect.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like it's true. I totally agree. I just thought I'd give that random story because I thought that was a little bit crazy at the time. But Division X, they have a nice spread in this phase 1. It's a tiny bit of a risky spread because it's in the very center of the circle, so it does make it a little bit harder to reposition in a stronger team-wide way when it comes to the end of phase 1. But I appreciate the fact that they really want to try and create a better stranglehold of the teams around them and try to force some manipulative plays from the teams around them so they have a bit more area to work with in phase 2. We'll have to wait and see if Division X continue to stay separated.
Yeah, I'm just kind of taking a little look at my map feed here. It looks like they're trying to group up slowly but surely, but they have still got a sort of a 1-2-1 split. A team also that's got a huge split on is the side of Bad Boy Alliance. They got a 3-1 split right now. They're letting Halamunan just go ahead and try and rotate his way into that phase as an anchor point. And other than that, I think a lot of these teams are quite close. SGD, they always play a 2-on-2 split. It's almost impossible to see the whole squad of SGD together unless it's towards the final phase of the zone, honestly. But other than that, it looks like these teams are trying to stay grouped up quite well. And for the side of the Expendables, after that early engagement, luckily, they still have got all 4 players standing, but that's a heavy 2-2 split.
Team Bliss, nice rotation coming out from them. They drop in Monte Nueva, so they already had a bit of a easy entry point into the circle. Plus, they would have been one of the first teams to drop and start looting, so naturally, their rotation time is a little bit quicker this game compared to others, but they're certainly taking advantage of it. Them going to Crater Fields is, to an extent, a little bit risky because you don't get that much information. That's if they stay there. Right now, they're continuing to move. I'd like them to go to the eastern edge of Crater Fields because it gives them a lot more information on towards the eastern side of the circle while still protecting the western side and holding on to Crater Fields. So we'll see how they end up. But, Team Bliss, they haven't had a chicken dinner since, I believe, day number 3, believe it or not. So they're definitely hungry. They're hungry for a chicken dinner. They're hungry for blood. I know that a lot of other teams around them, John, have kind of adapted a little bit better, which has made it a lot harder for the likes of Team Bliss to control these end games. But I know they're capable of it. I appreciate all that they've done up until this point to get the amount of chicken dinners they've gotten.
Yeah, and it can sometimes be it can be a bit of a hard situation to deal with, leaving the live standings for so long as well. In terms of you can get a bit complacent, and I think we've kind of seen that an element as well with SGD slightly. We saw it with TXG, but fortunately they finally started to recuperate. So hopefully they can replicate the same sort of play style. But they're a good enough team to get things and get their heads back in the game. And for the side of DXG, they continuing from an impressive day yesterday to pick up a opening pick on to Jason from Kingslayer, and still very heavily split here this side of DXG. They're very, very far apart.
They are indeed, but it's the kind of split that they obviously feel comfortable with for the time being. I think they're prepared to lose a player early on, right? Nobody wants to, but when I say prepared in terms of they know the risks involved around it, and I think they'd be okay with losing a player early on. Team Bliss, though, they're definitely pushing a little bit closer to side of Baonam. Baonam do have the comfort of those buildings. You grab a couple of extra vehicles, and Baonam are out of there while taking a couple of shots. E-Arena rotating through the members of DK. Have to be careful about that one. E-Arena are a team that's certainly proven themselves. Well, nice sell from NRX. It's a beautiful shot onto June.
Yeah, and that's the problem about playing split, right? In terms of if a team tries to crash onto you and re-aggress you, it can be so hard to deal with. And for the side of NRX, unfortunately, they have lost 2 players. It's gonna be Escalisia with both of those kills, I think, as Levy's is gonna drop as well. It's all up to Duck. The Molly's caught him off, and well, not the most ideal start here for the side of NRX, and even more, to be fair, for the Expendables at that, as they've lost 1 player. The knock on to Levis might follow through as well, but alright, here we are in the 2 versus 2.
Levi's indeed being knocked hurts their ability to really push this fight out. I know Duck is doing a great job of trying to suppress the members of NRX, but I also think it's a bit of a risk that 777 was going for the revive onto Levi's. It has worked out for the time being. Nice, who's going to get taken down. 777 proves his worth, and in comes the last player from the Expendables. A kill was pulled out onto 777, so he sacrificed himself, but still the Expendables come out on top.
Yeah, I think for the side of the Expendables, not too bad. I mean, you mentioned it was sort of similar to that whole DXG situation, right? Where you're kind of playing heavily split. You kind of expect to lose 1 or 2 players, but you're okay with it because providing you get the trades through for the team wipe and you're still sitting in a pretty decent spot. So for the Expendables, they do get the wipe onto NRX. They do lose 2 in the process, but very much good individual enough players and a duo indeed to try and keep things going. And Zest's going to knock 1-1. And for the side of Kingslayer, I've been a little bit disappointed with them throughout this event, to be honest with you. They looked like they started day number 1 quite well. Since then, it's been nothing but downhills, and these are just risky rotations here. They're literally driving us straight through the split team of Baonam. I don't think you could have asked for a worse thing to probably try and do, but somehow they come out of it with 2 players.
But sometimes, it's not too often, but sometimes that direct rotation can work out, because we always talk about unorthodox rotations. We always talk about playing the edge of the circle, right? So when we talk about it, a lot of the teams are kind of prepared mentally, positionally for other teams pulling off those edge of circle rotations. So that when a team does pull a direct straight through the middle rotation, it's scary. By God, it's scary. But because not a lot of teams are prepared for that, you can get away with it.
Yeah, but the side of BBA not prepared for that push either from the side of PMA, and well, for the side of Bad Boys Alliance, it seems like it's going to continue to go from bad to worse. The worst slightly split ever so earlier on. Oh my God, Pete, those are some
Beautiful
snapshots onto Astro Boy. Didn't even get tagged. I think got tagged like once in that engagement. For the side of BBA though, they tried to make the early rotation and hold this compound, but PMA, well, living up to their name with a positive mental attitude, as they're just going to go ahead and crash on in and probably should get control of this quite quickly.
Botany is knocked. It's not over just yet for Bad Boys Alliance. I understand why you count them out, not only with the player advantage, but even just with how overall stronger positive mental attitude have looked at these games. Astro Boys knocked himself, so Andy and PTRAA coming on board. PTRAA, even with those kind of blue shots, trying to get the job done. The reload is coming out, and oh my God, he still loses it. Icon DKS is able to reload the gun and get the shots off.
Yeah, not too sure how on earth Icon somehow managed to reload while being shot at, duck dive, dip and dodge like you said earlier on, and somehow come out of his life and drop PTRA. It's yeah, you're not going to be watching that one back if you're the supporters of BBA, unfortunately. So, PMA though, they do lose 1 player, but I think they'll be okay with that, to be honest with you. They're not going to be too worried about losing that 1 player, although they had the 2-player advantage. They got themselves a nice setup over towards that compound as well. A lot of rocky terrain to work around on the ridges and mountains just slightly to the west and east of them as well. So, all in all, not too bad for the side of EMA, but for PMA, sorry. But speaking of ease, let's take a look at E-Arena, as although they have lost Faros, they've still got 3 players left alive, and it looks like, look at how split they are, though. A
Yeah, but
huge split.
it is, but it's an okay split with the position that they're in on the kind of western side of the circle. They have the protection of the crater fields because they've been coming in late. They have a lot of information that they're able to work with, so it's good for now. With that circle shifting up north, that's why it kind of highlighted that hill to the southeast of Tumas area, that positive mental attitude, hold on to that. The Team Bliss have pulled a bit of a rotation with one of the players because there's not only high ground, but there's compounds that you're able to use to your advantage to kind of use as a bit of a home away from home, so to speak. And both PMA and Team Bliss working wonders in that area of the map. Team Bliss now having a 2-2 split in this circle is absolutely massive.
Definitely seems to have paid off thus far, as Waikika Mukau is trying to get some information over towards that team, which was PMA, and I like it. I like it from Waikika Mukau. Just no need to try and re-aggress and try and drop. You're already playing a nice little split for across your team. You got a lot of control over the phases at the moment, and sometimes you just get a little bit overzealous. You drop and things can go out the window, but one team that's also got a nice split and control here is the side of Team Bliss. They've got Monty and Bryn up towards the northern side of the zone, just slightly west. They've also got Textile and Rain and the collection of compounds. But, well, DK and SGD, are we about to see a bit of a drive-by from either side here?
Team Myth could get involved with a bit of a third party. Xiaoji Dui going in a little bit blind compared to DK and Myth, but for the time being, they're getting away with it. And look at that. I called it. Team Myth with the third party. Jacob comes in and stabs Sai Shu in the back, gets that knock on board, chucks out a nade. Escalicia is covering him towards the other side. The confirmation is played out. Stolen actually by E-Arena. You can't argue with that one. And now the pre-fire shot tips around. My boy's being put under a lot of pressure, but Jacob, for the time being, is kind of on his own, and he goes a little bit too far forward, has to step back.
Yeah, you mentioned that Made in Thailand were in a great spot to try and third party, and I think luckily for SGD, that third party came in as well, because it's allowed them to get a rotation pretty much free of charge, and
yeah,
they're over towards the southern side, just outside the top of San Martin, and, well, for the side of DK, they lose one player, and they're not in the best of spots now, because they're going to kind of have to pretty much do the exact same rotation that SGD did in terms of just driving straight through the middle of the phase here, depending on obviously the shift, of course, on the phases. You're about to see that.
Sorry to cut you off, but Team Extraordinaire sent the whole team into where one of the Baonam players were, and Baonam instantly responded and said, no, not today, man. We're getting in there, and they do open the doors onto Papi Chulo, and that knock is played out, and he's being confirmed.
Yeah, you've also got Trick down to, 20-odd HP as well, so Team Extraordinaire getting a little bit too extraordinary here, is trying to take an aggressive push towards Baonam, and they're a team, like, Baonam, we mentioned how good they are, but they're a team that can really adapt to any situation that they're given to. That's how good a players and good a team they are.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be in the likes of PGC otherwise, and, well, for them, they do get the opening pick, and it turned the tides in their favour here. The nades, the mollies, you name it, coming through, trying to get a little bit of a splash damage done into the team of Extraordinaire. Yeah. But honestly, I think Baonam, what they need to do is they need to try and deal with this team as quickly as possible, because
Definitely.
You can see the likes of Fury, the Expendables, you name it, they're all going to start to rotate over here, and if they hear a bit of a head-to-head engagement going on in these collection of buildings, then they're going to be potentially open the door for a third party.
And in comes the shotgun blast, Zest opening that bad boy door up. Dr. Logi's knocked down, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Baonam, they come out on top and they take down Team Extraordinaire. And honestly, what I loved about it, and which is why I kind of highlighted, is the instant response from Baonam off the back of the Team Extraordinaire pushing in on towards that one player was incredible. And they knew they had to do something like that, right? They knew they had to pull that out of the bag, but Zest, he's overstepping his mark, gets put down to 23 health. His level 2 helmet is a little bit damaged. Hold on, just a cotton pick in second, Baonam. Get yourself together as a team. Stay safe, and then you'll be able to come out. But no, Dr. Logi stays peeking and gets knocked.
Yeah, the bad problem, though, that SGD are here, they're pretty much sandwiched between two of the best fragging teams in the game, and that's going to be Baonam and Fury, and they've also got the likes of Kingslayer to deal with and From the Future behind them, so not the best of spots for them to be in, but a great spot for E-Arena apparently as they find the team wipe there through on 2.
No, it's
One of the oh, was it the other way? Oh, sorry, E-Arena had been team wiped. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. It was I can't remember who. I think it might have been DK. Team Bliss. Sorry, Team Bliss. Team Bliss finds the team wipe, and we mentioned the squad of SGD are in a bit of an awful spot now, and Made in Thailand, where they've come to join the party too. There is about a 5-way engagement over towards this compound here.
It's beautiful. It's where all the fun is at. The party is just getting started in this Miramar game. Look at it. It's a 2-4 clubhouse. Let's get this show on the road. Instead of party poppers, you have bullets popping, nades popping, mollies popping on board. Now Xiao GD can once again benefit from the fact that Myth are coming in to kind of third party this area. And even though they were pinching between Fury and Baonam, Xiao GD are in that dip where they can't get fired at by Fury at the moment. The circle does go back down. You can see DXG are pushing in. White Kick and Mukau opens that door up with the knock of the log 5 while Made in Thailand. Rogue Namzi's knocked down, but Esquilicia and Jacob, my God, so good. But God Ace pushes in. Doesn't want to make any mistakes.
If you're God Ace and Dr. Logi, you know you've got 3 players from Myth knocked. The last is, you have to push that kill. He has to push that kill. I love that. Absolutely love this from God Ace. He finds the headshot. Gonna find the kill as well. That is beautiful. Oh my God, God Ace! Do you have a gun in your hand, my friend? Esquilicia absolutely rails the side of Baonam. Oh, that's all falling apart. The confirmation of kills are gonna come through. How on earth has Esquilicia found the kill? And SGD! They've capitalized on the error from Baonam. They've got control of this. That is fantastic stuff from SGD to realize the fight's happening. They waltz their way into the compound, and now it's SGD in the upper hand.
2 players left for the side of Baonam, but they're massively separated. Xiao Dui, they're coming up as a full squad, and they're here to take over. Team Myth, Esquilicia still alive. We've seen what Myth can do when it comes to third partying, and they're going to continue to pull it off. Xiao Dui, they do take control of the building, but they haven't executed the team fight onto Baonam. We saw Fury as well take down Division X. The circle is still favoring the side of Fury, and even these teams that are inside the compound, Team Bliss lose a player, but it is just Leva is left up for the side of the Expendables. Man, this game is so crazy.
I mentioned Miramar edged it in terms of the maps we've seen, and well, the gods of Miramar must have heard me as they continue to bless us with fantastic games, and I can't get over that from the side of Baonam as to how God Ace has not found that kill at all. And well, Jervis now going to take some shots out with the SLR, got the 8 times on it as well, so this gun can do a lot of damage if it clicks heads, and he seems to be trying to do just that. I'm just taking a little look here at the map as to what teams look very nice from the future. I've got a nice selection of compounds of buildings towards the southwestern side. PMA, they're just sort of rotating around in their vehicles.
I think PMA don't have the best spot, but in my opinion, they're in the position that is less looked at, and there's less teams kind of around them. That's the way I would look at it. You know, you've like 3 teams right close by to each other. You have Fury looking at Kingslayers, Team Bliss being kind of shot at by multiple angles, whereas PMA relatively unnoticed for the time being. And with that circle shifting down the southeast, they can continue to kind of take a bit of advantage of that.
I think it'll definitely benefit, and I think that phase shift probably benefits them slightly as well, in terms of they can just sort of play that slow rotation in and try and probably occupy that dip in the ridge that we saw SGD stranded out towards earlier on. But well, for the side of PMA, they're not going to have to worry about the likes of Fury shooting at them because they're still very much covered, and SGD and Baonam are still trying to fight for this position in the center of the compounds.
Oh, wow, what?
PMA, I'm not too sure about this here from KMF1, or no, this is the dip that we saw SGD in earlier on, sorry. This is what I thought we would see out of PMA, but I think they might have probably made that slightly too early.
Now we see the side of Bliss pushing on to Kingslayers. It was the only way Team Bliss are going to enter this circle is by taking down this side of Kingslayers and Rain. Supreming on board. Oh no! The worst timing in the world. He goes to cook up a molly and outpeaks the player from Kingslayer to finish off Team Bliss. Oh, I do feel bad for them, but it is the way it is, and Team Bliss go down.
Unfortunate for Bliss. One thing to mention though, the squad of PMA, they are going to start to make their way over towards that dip we saw earlier, occupied by SGD. The first player came F1 Force Flood finds Teddy though, so Fury now looking in a delightful spot. They're away. Oh, Fury are playing this fantastically, by the way. Fury are playing this very, very well. They've got a 3-1 split. They're just playing the long end game. They're trying to third-party gunfights from a long distance, and they're doing it to perfection. And now for the side of FTF, they do have a knocked player, which is going to be Hikaru. It's not going to be finished off just yet. Esquilija. How is this man still alive here, Imperium?
I don't know. He's a legend. He's like a one-man wrecking machine. He's a one-man team. Like, he comes in to get a kill here, get a kill there. He's not afraid to take chances. He kind of knows that he's on his own. And he gets another knock on the Broken Hearts. He's down to 27 health. Done. This man has all of it. He's absolutely all of it. He finally gets taken down. But my God, what an effort from Esquilija.
I want to mention the fact that he actually found the kill onto man as well with a no-scope, I think. Unfortunately, though, bit off a little bit more than he can chew, and YQQ was there to get his teammates back up and into the mixer. But, gosh, how has he stayed alive for so long? That's a lot of
wild. It's
lot of great work out of him. You've got to say props to him. But down to our top 6 teams now, 16 remaining players in total. And as we hit this phase 7 here, this is where we start to see how things might shape up. How heavy is that phase going to shift, and in which way is it going to do so?
So, the circle shifts up north, and that's great for Fury. One thing to point out is the 2 games Fury won yesterday were the Miramar games. So, I'm kind of not surprised that they're at this point in the late game, in the late stage of this Miramar game for this final day. From the future, do have a bit of an angle to enter from. Fury are very lucky that they have that compound to play with, because Xiaojuidi do kind of have their backs once Xiaojuidi deal with PMA, which they kind of are by getting a kill onto Icon DKS. It'll make it that little bit harder for Fury to enter from where they are to the edge of the hill.
So wait and see how they can deal with that. Is SGD still going to take some shots over towards the side of Fury? Insight tagged up heavily. I think Shen knows why Kika Macau is going to be over towards that wall as well. Can't find the tags. Nearly dies. 12 HP. Forced to disengage momentarily. But for the side of Kingslayer, they have got 2 players in Yan and Jagger. They're going to be stuck out here, though. Probably hung out to dry by the side of From the Future. Has a slight advantage in terms of being already further engaged up this hill. But I don't mind this from the future. I like it. They're trying to deal with the side of Kingslayer as quickly as possible, so they haven't got to worry about them later on.
It's honestly, they have to enter through this southwestern edge. They have to. It's the only way that they're able to wrap around the compound and not get shot from Xiaojuidi from a distance. So it's really proactive play coming out from them. It was nearly a 1v3 at the hands of Esquilija earlier on, and they're not going to rest on that. YQQ is knocked man with the Groza, a beast of a gun to deal with. The flash is being thrown out, a nade in the other direction. Luckily for From the Future, the members of Fury are somewhat third-partying this.
Yeah, I think it's happened them out very well, and Kingslayer are going to be unlimited on. Fortunately, as they bow out here in 6th spot. Fury, though, trying to aggress, and we mentioned how good they are at playing these third parties, and it seems like they're doing it fantastically well again. They've got the side From the Future sort of pinched and pinned in here, but it is going to be YQQ to find the first. Ronan does drop to the hands of YQQ. Perfect. Answers back, though, as Broken Hearts falls, so a 1-for-2 trade thus far in favour of the side of Fury, but oh my God, YQQ, hello? This man is just sprinting into a smoke, trying to spray and pray. Fury find the kills they drop, and we're into the top 4.
Yeah, I don't really know why he did that, especially kind of running. Your audio cues, it's going to be executed, job done by Fury, and they'll even get themselves back up as a full squad. We do lose PMA, though, so 3 teams left up. Credit to Youngboy from Bao Nam. In amongst all of the craziness, in amongst everything that's been going on, he has laid absolutely quiet as a mouse in the corner of that building beside Xiao Dui, and he's going to be on his own. This really is a battle between the two giants of Team Fury and Xiao Dui. We saw the world being set ablaze by Fury in yesterday's Miramar Games. Can they grab their third chicken dinner, or will Xiao Dui break the mold and grab their third win?
Well, this is huge. This is absolutely huge for both sides. Whoever wins this probably goes top of the standings in terms of not only chicken dinners, but the most kills as well. Because I think SGD and Fury, well, no, definitely Fury, they're in the 100 kill mark. I think the side of SGD aren't too far off them, around the 80 or 90 mark. So this is very pivotal here going into what will be one of our final 3 games on Erangel next. So vital that these teams calculate every decision, they think every second thought through, and make sure they try find this chicken dinner. But what I love from SGD is, well, they kind of got the same idea as Fury here. They're going to leave 3 players stack tools together, and then they're going to leave that 1 player Jervis to try and scout out a little bit of information. But look at the positioning of Waikiki Macau here for the side of Fury on the map. He's so heavily up north and split from his team. He could really be the thorn in the side. But luckily, though, Uption spotted him.
Yeah, it's just about kind of throwing out that odd suppressing shot in the direction where you do see that body of your opponents. The one narrative, the one element in play that goes against the members of Shadowy Legion is that potential third party from the last player of BN United. He's in that building beside them, and I think at this point in the game, Shadowy have completely forgotten about the fact that somebody could be there.
I'm not too sure if the side of Fury will know he's there either, though, so it could kind of... It could either work sort of both ways here, but the 2-on-2 split, it seems now, though, from the side of SGD is where they're going to try and go hunting for the opening pick, and it's so vital. Oh, Shen spotted his head. Shen spotted him. Spotted him. Ronan's not seen him.
Moving up.
That's huge. That's huge from Shen. Gonna finish a kill as well. I think he spotted Flood too, has he? I'm not too sure. He hasn't, but Waikiki Macau is there to trade back. The trades are so vitally important here now. Oh, that's a great bit of util usage. The flashes come through. It's going to be Shen versus Flood. Shen wins it. 2 versus 2. They know where the 2 remaining players are for SGD, but they've forgotten about the player from Battlegrounds United here. They've completely forgotten, and Young Boy is there to find with some tags. All of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 1 here as Battlegrounds United live to see another day. Young Boy makes the play.
Oh my god, I said he could be an element. He's saving Fury's gameplay. Teddy, he's the only one left alive. He is going for the revive. In sight, he has nobody left by his side, but he also knows that he has the comfort of the edge of the ridge. He has the ability to allow my boy to come in a third-party Shadow ED from the side. It's 2v1v1.
I can't believe that Young B somehow survived so long and lived to see another day. He does fall though, 2 versus 1. You gotta say, advantage SGD, but Insight, the tracking through the smoke. I'm not too sure if he knows Teddy's inside of it though.
Doesn't.
Surely they play for that res, but I think the smoke's just gonna be running out sooner rather than later. The res should be stuck, and the revive will probably come through.
The blue zone.
The blue's going to chunk him so heavily, though, here. This is surely going to swing in the favour of Insight here. The revive doesn't come through. It's who they spot first, that is Insight, who wins the 2v1, and Fury, well, they go top of the standings.
He's the IGL for a reason. He leads the team. Whether it's the team there or not, he leads them to victory. And what a clutch moment. Absolutely beautiful. Yes. Massively helped by Battlegrounds, their PGC counterparts. They can give them a bit of a handshake when they meet them after quarantine in Korea and say, thank you very much, guys. You gave us that win. I feel bad for Xiao Dui, but Fury, they couldn't have, outside of getting kind of picked off by Shen, they really couldn't have played that game any better. No. The way they moved out of that building in that kind of phase 6, phase 7, they played around a third party to take down Kingslayers, and in the end, yeah, it was just very well executed by Fury.
Yeah, my heart was in my mouth for a second and I thought, is the Battlegrounds dream gonna live on to see another day maybe? But, well, for them, it's gonna be nigh on impossible for them to win this event now, pretty much. But, well, this was the first engagement we saw of the day between the side of Made in Thailand and the Expendables. Myth coming out on top not coming out on top there. Sorry, it was the nade from Duck who drops him. But just that is one of the most insane end phases I've seen in terms of so many different situations happen. I think SGD are going to be absolutely fuming that they've not won that game though.
How many teams were in playing for that compound throughout the game, right? I think we had like 5 or 6 teams fighting in around that compound. You had the original keepers of it, then you had the original keepers were Battlegrounds had one player in, and then I think it was the Expendables that pushed. Was it the Expendables? It was
it might have been PMA. I think it was PMA that pushed.
No, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't PMA. But one team pushed in. They got the squad wipe, and then Shadowy D came in, and they kind of held onto the edge. Then Myth came in, and then it was just absolutely crazy where it came through towards the end. This was the moment where Bad Boys Alliance kind of lost it, and it was Team Extraordinaire.
Team Extraordinaire, yeah. But no, actually no, yeah, because it was Banner, because originally Team Extraordinaire tried to be aggressive to take the compound, but the re-aggression come back through from Balnam.
Exactly.
I think the reason why Balnam have lost that game probably is they've allowed Esquilija from Made in Thailand to make this play here and kill Godace and Dr. Logi at the same time. That was just absolutely nuts from him. But well, as the game went on, it looked like for a second the squad of SGD were in a good spot to try and win it, but Fury, they were just too good.
And Esquilija, like, this guy is like, he's so annoying, but in like the best possible way, right? Like, he'd just be like, yeah, I'm still here, guys. I'm gonna pop you here, I'm gonna pop you there, you know? Don't count me out. Like, look at this shot onto Broken Heart. You know, talk about literally breaking his heart with that knock, and he even stepped up to the plate with getting the knock onto Man. He had to switch over to his secondary gun, and I think that's what helped kind of take him out in the end, but still, great effort by Esquilija.
Yeah, you got to say, probably one of the standout players in that game, particularly the end zone. But well, this is how things looked here going into our final engagement. It was Shen who drew the first blood and upper hand onto the side of Fury, but after a few trades back and forth, it was left down to a 1 versus 1, which saw this man here, Youngby, make a huge play in terms of just taking some shots, finding some kills, and that put it down to a 1 versus 1. But luckily though, although the revive comes through, it was insight too good, and especially those shots tracking through the smoke as well was absolutely crisp.
Well, he knew with the blue zone closing in, he was only really going to be on the right-hand side of the smoke. He was never going to push forward to the smoke. He was only ever going to push to the side of the smoke, so it was just great insight from inside. And there you go. There you see a Fury. 0 chicken dinners in the first 4 days. And then in the final 2 days, they grabbed 3 out of 5 chicken dinners. It's insane. Like, you know, when they put a tweet out yesterday on their Twitter account, Fury, they're like, Fury Sunday? Question mark? And honestly, I'm feeling it. Like, I feel bad for Bliss from the Future Division X because they've all done so much. But with the amount of kills Fury have gotten so far, even before they got the chicken dinner, it was kind of inevitable, John, that they were going to break that mold and grab the wins. Yeah,
it's you got to say huge plays from Fury in the end. It's I'm not going to predict anything to do with Fury anymore because I've become a meme on their social media pages over the past 2 days. So from now on, I'm just going to say Fury are going to win the next 3 games and have 500 kills. So that way, if they don't do that, I can look like I know what I'm talking about. But unfortunately, we are going to send it to a quick break. But when we come back, we're going to be jumping into Erangel, me and Imperium. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, welcome back to the final day here. Listen, Imperium's vibing already. That's a good sign to say the least. What a start to our final day here at the AOC Masters, by the way.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Simple as that, right? Like, Fury coming in with a Furious Chicken Dinner helped. by the side of Bao Nam a little bit, and that final player staying alive. The compound that had 5 or 6 teams hanging around, a breach there, crash there, myth coming into the mix. It was just, and again, it is echoing what you said, that Miramar has been a more entertaining of the two maps in terms of the games, the action,
Yeah.
and I gotta credit the teams on that as well. They are not taking Miramar for granted. You know, it is that little bit harsher, and they're not taking it for granted. But we're into match 2. We're into Aaron Gale. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't predict it, to be totally honest with you. One thing I could probably predict, though, is the fact that the side of the Expendables and Shwell G Doi are going to go ahead and head over towards Pachinki, most likely. But in terms of the playing path, you can see here, it's actually quite focused over towards the western side of the map. It starts up towards Georgetown and goes all the way down straight through the middle of the military base island. And, well, don't want to say it, but we're most definitely not going to see another military base island finish here on this game at all.
Definitely not. Nope.
Definitely not going to see it. But there you go. That's the squad of SGD and the Expendables heading over towards Pachinki.
I really didn't think that the Expendables were going to drop in Pachinki with Shadudi, more so because over the last kind of couple of Erangel games, Shadudi have won quite confidently against the Expendables. But it is what it is. Obviously, there's a little bit of stubbornness involved between both sides, and the Expendables want to get some sweet revenge. And even Shadui D, I understand why they're dropping here, because of what they've been able to produce in the last couple of Erangel games here. But they're also in a position where, like, the last match, they very, very nearly won. You know, they win another game, they're going to be on top. Let's see what happens. Shen is opening that door, though, and just get a knock and a kill onto 777, but Duck Hilge is there to instantly respond.
Yeah, well, Teddy's going to fall as well to June, and this is sort of a recurring theme that we've seen quite often in this Pachinki drops, to be honest with you, that, you know, one team opens the front, but all of a sudden the other team just comes back through, trades 1 or 2 kills.
Beautiful.
Great angle from June there onto the shots of that player from SGD's legs, but the side of SGD and the Expendables, I'm really surprised that these players are still continuing to contest this here, especially when they're still very much in with a good chance of winning the game.
Yeah, but I also kind of love it. I really do kind of love it, not gonna lie. It's that kind of sadistic entertainment that I do enjoy, that comes out of me every now and again. Looking at this phase 1 while this action kind of continues in Pachinki, it is a northern phase 1. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the very first time we're seeing a kind of phase 1 circle.
I believe so. I think you're probably very much right in saying that. I think
Nice.
It's probably the first time we've seen the likes of Georgia Pole inside of it, inside of the phase as well. So, yeah, we're going to see a little bit something different here on this match number 22, which I'm personally, I'm all for it. I like a little bit of change. I know sometimes to say repetitive stuff can get a little bit boring, so why not change things up? But over towards Ruins, it looks like Bao Nam and PMA, they're not done fighting just yet.
It's interesting with this Ruins fight. Ruins isn't normally an area of the map where you see teams fighting, and especially as early as phase 1, especially as early as 3 minutes in, so this is really unusual. I don't know exactly how both of the teams kind of got here. Bao Nam normally go to Rozhok, or on a bit of a split drop, and PMA will go around the kind of Watertown area, or they'll go a little bit further away. So I don't know if this is targeted or not, but yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I don't know if it might have just been a bit of lapse in communication, or an error in the landing maybe, but Godace was over towards Rozhok momentarily, and after losing the initial play, he's come over to join the squad, and in doing that has found his instant death, and Young B's knocked him for the squad of Bao Nam down to their last remaining player here. I'm not too sure if this is just a bit of a let's try off a few different things now in the last few games. We know we can't win the event, definitely can't win it now after that, so there goes my prediction. But I think they're maybe going to just try a few new drop spots here going into the last few games, especially with PGC around the corner.
That's a good point to bring on board with PGC around the corner. Maybe they are just realizing, hey, look, we can't win this, so let's see what we can experiment with and kind of use this as the best form of scrimming, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And it's a valid thing to pull out. That's a beautiful shot from Duckhuis.
Yeah, it's going to be down to this one remaining player of Jervis for SGD. The three-man strong team with the Expendables still looking good, as that's going to be SGD eliminated from the game, and pretty sharp at that as well. It's just under 5 minutes time, and we've already seen two teams bow out.
Like, just Doug, like, he's so casual, right? Like, gets a peek headshot knock onto one, looks towards the stairs with a shotgun, instant one-shot kill, squad out. It's just so seamless for him. It's like he's doing that while reading the Sunday paper and having a cup of coffee, right? It's just so casual for him. Beautiful stuff from the Expendables and Shadow ED. Unfortunately, they paid a price, and we're not going to see a fourth chicken dinner from them, and that, of course, puts them under a little bit of extra pressure coming into the final two matches. Not to look too far ahead, but we are ending the tournament on Erangel, and you've got to think that if they are still in with a chance of winning, i.e. no other team have gotten a fourth chicken dinner, Xiaojudi have realistically got to move away from Pachinki and not drop with the Expendables.
Yeah, I think they have to. I think the next game they definitely have to. It's do you know what the issue is? It's sort of similar to what you mentioned. It looks like the one team has the upper hand on the other, but throughout the whole competition, if you cast your mind back to a day or so ago, SGD probably had the upper hand on the Expendables, whereas the first 2 days, the Expendables had the upper hand on SGD. Yes. It's so inconsistent, that Pachinki drop for these two teams. I don't think it's worth risking, especially going to go into our final game later on today, which is going to be on Erangel again. So I think if you're these two teams, you probably just say, look, let's not try and ruin each other's games before it's got started. They probably want to try and drop somewhere else. If you look over to the eastern side of the map off drop spots, like to Yasnaya, etc., they're usually pretty much uncontested for these teams here. So wouldn't surprise me if we see a team start to move over towards there. But, well, we are going to be heading into phase two in around 3 or so minutes time. A lot of these teams, though, already here Imperium, they set up relatively early inside phase one, and so only the likes of Kingslayer and Fury, E-Arena as well, that are still over towards that military base.
And yeah, this is really interesting for me as well, because we don't really have, to an extent, the blueprint of a circle in this direction so far across the AOC Masters regional final. So this is kind of fresh for me in terms of seeing these teams positioned on this kind of circle. I can tell you that, in my eyes, DK are in the absolute best spot because they have the kind of playing runes dip, that long dip in their control. Not only is it already very heavily inside phase one, but it's that great cover where you're able to send 1 or 2 players out away from it while still holding on to anchor point position. PMA in the cube compound is also very good in terms of they have IMP and Icon DKS in towards the cube compound, and then Botany and KMF1 are in runes. Now, they were delayed with the fight against Baonam, so I understand why they're not all together, but it is still that great anchor point holding on to the cube compound.
Yeah, and RX taking a full one player though, as it Select who finds the kill on to Arenik. And well, for the side of Colony, not going to lie to you, a little bit disappointed with them over the past few days. I thought they started the event consistently very well. They've just unfortunately dropped off the pace ever so slightly, but there is still 3 games left to go. Only 2 chicken dinners needed to get themselves back up into the mixer in contention, as they are going to start to make their way even further towards the eastern side of Georgia Paul. And just taking a little look across the board here in terms of our map feed as to who's sort of looking in a nice spot. You've got BBA over towards shooting range, nice and early. You've got DK occupying the hill and ridge line just slightly to the southwest of it. Team Bliss now look like they're going to be making a move over towards Severny, and well, it looks like these teams are probably just going to rely on that phase 2, phase 3 shifts before they start to really set themselves up shop somewhere.
I am a little bit surprised that nobody's gone for the very northern edge of Rozhok. That's so close to the river that you can see like quite a good bit to that northern side of the river, so it really is a good spot. You've got a couple of bridges around that area that you're able to send it across if phase 2 goes up north. So I'm definitely surprised that nobody is there, but I also like Myth's position in this circle. They have a lovely 3-1 spread. They're looking to try and push back Team Extraordinaire, but the crash has happened, so Team Myth will need to probably try and do what Baonam did yesterday, or he's trying to disengage away and get to the rest of his team. But I don't know how well that's going to work out. Is he going to get away with it? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's one of those situations where I like what we saw there from the side of Maiden's Highland. It was one of those situations where they can choose to re-engage, right, and try and fight the squad of Team Extraordinaire, hold on for that compound of buildings and potentially run the risk of dying, or they can back up, disengage, and probably get set up still in a very nice spot, because we're still early on here. We've only just hit phase 2, which I can say to you is pretty much centered towards the middle of that long road winding from Roshock all the way through to Georgia Pole. So you mentioned that area towards the northern side of Roshock, might work out pretty good, and if the zone continues to shift this way, it isn't a bad position to be looking at. But for the side of E Arena, they've got the expendables to deal with, as Sissy's going to have that initial knock confirmed as June does take him out, and all of a sudden it's just up to Faros. The res comes through onto Duck, and in a 3 versus 1 for the side of the expendables here, you're probably seeing them just edge this one out in their favor, but June is going to probably talk.
Faros does have the kind of peeker's advantage overall. Behind the tree, June goes to try and get revived up by Levi. As you can see, Duck is throwing a couple of nades in the direction of Faros to reposition him, to slow him down, and that's some good play. In the meantime, Duck is able to get a first aid off. The barrel shots come through, and with the help of, it's Duck to come in and get the squad wipe, and down they go. DK still hold on to that airplane position. It's so good. See, look at that 2-2 split. It's fantastic for them. Now, it's the kind of the percentage of it being a massively strong part of this circle has gone down compared to phase 1, but it is still a great spot to hold on to. I think PMA's Q compound position, even though they're still quite heavily spread, is probably the best spot in this phase 2, because with it shifting down south and having the river in play, it's very awkward. And that's what I also like about Fury's spread, John. It's a fantastic spread. You've got 2 towards the kind of southern side of Watertown. You've got 1 on the compound across the road from Watertown, and then you've got Waikik and Mukau on that northern edge of Rossock that I kind of highlighted in phase 1. It's a spot-on spread. Yeah,
I like it a lot from Fury. They're going to get a lot of control over this southern side of the phase and map as well, so don't think they have too many complaints there. And you look on the other side of things, though, literally, like, it's a pretty polar opposite, right, from the side of the Expendables, where they're occupying the southwestern side of this zone, and you've got Fury on the southeastern side. Look at how spread and much control Fury have in comparison to the likes of the Expendables, for example. They're all grouped up onto that one sort of big rocky mountain. I'd like to have seen someone probably over towards Georgia Pole slightly more to try and make sure that there's no one over towards the northeastern side of it. But, well, we'll have to wait and see whose hand is going to play out correctly, as we are going to be shifting into phase 3 in around 20-odd seconds or so. And I'm just taking a little look here as to what teams probably are going to be wanting to look to set up shop from here on out. And if you're the side of Myth, DK, even PMA, for example, you're probably expecting this to shift once or twice more and keep yourself nicely inside the phase. And they've got some very nice spots here early on.
They do. Colony also are in a good spot right now. There's a couple of bridges that they're able to work with either side of the river. That's a positive thing, because with that kind of 2-2 split they have, with 2 in the north of the river, 2 to south of the river, they are controlling those bridges extremely well. The circle, though, does go over to the east, and Fury might want to think about where they want to position themselves, because they don't quite agree with Inside and Flood's position for the time being. Let's see what they do to hold things down, while King Slayers realizes that maybe we can pick up a knock or 2 on teams that are trying to scramble to get into a circle from the western side. Yeah,
I'm not too sure if I agree with what Flood and Insight were doing. It looks like they've actually tried to be focused here as well from the side of PMA, as I just looked to more of a screen. And we see it so much, though. I literally highlighted it how many times already. That Fury are a team, they almost always play in a 2-2 split or a 1-3 split. It's very rare you see all 4 players together unless it's towards the end of the game. So maybe it's just a bit of a scouting and information mission from them to try and find the best spots. So it doesn't surprise me if you see them group up slightly, but
you got to know there's people there.
Yeah, surely.
Limitless
is in a great spot here. Fantastic stuff from Limitless if he can just play this correctly. What he needs to make sure he doesn't do is get over aggressive too quickly. He has to know that there's going to be one player playing the sort of a more backwards role for his team. He's just got to be patient here. Limitless has to be patient, and he finds probably 2 or 3 kills. Well, there's the first. It's going to be Textile who falls. The confirmation in the kill will most definitely come through, or will it? Because Bryn's there. Rain's helping him out too. So, although Textile is knocked, it's a knock for knock across the board here.
Look at the flank by Monty.
Oh, that's fantastic. This is brilliant. This is brilliant here from the side of Team Bliss. And, well, you've got Monty who's going to come up, like you said, just slightly further back. I think there's actually one more team trying to get in on the third party, and that's DXG.
But here's the thing, John. Why are DK so heavily split? You saw Limitless was there for, what, 20, 25 seconds waiting? The rest of the team have to realize that you're better off taking one fight at a time, dealing with that one team, executing it quickly, and then you can focus on the other. There's no point in Mastodon and Zaishu taking a couple of shots towards Division X if the side of Team Bliss are getting the better of the second half of your team. It's just not how you control this area, and I'm a little bit disappointed with DK in that one.
I'm very impressed though with KSR as Kingslayer. They look like to come in for a bit of a fourth party, and so are BBA as well. Well, this is 5 teams here that are all pretty much close together trying to take some shots. This is a similar situation to what we saw earlier on in that Miramar game, where as soon as the shots are heard and the teams aren't cleared up quick enough, we see, third party after fourth party, you name it, it all comes through. Monty's going to unfortunately drop to Jagger, and that's a huge player of the Team Bliss to fall as well. The person that leads their way in terms of opening the kills and finding the damage needed. And for the side of Bliss, they've got to try and deal with the squad of Kingslayer behind them as quickly as possible. Jagger's going to fall to Neil, but that's only at the hands, though, of Neil dropping immediately to Halimoon. And oh my, this is just a constant back and forth trade fest here, as there are so many teams trying to come in towards this northeastern side. And now you've got Colony, and Colony's coming to get involved as well now. What is happening?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful rainbow of action as DK suffer the wrath and they end up getting taken down. Bad Boy Alliance, Astro Boy cleans that one up, but he's going to have to deal with Log 5 very close by Team Bliss. I don't know how they managed to keep themselves up as a 3-person team, but indeed they have, with everything that's been going on around them. Bad Boys Alliance, they joined this lobby as a full squad. They lost Andy, but still 3 players working wonders in that area of the map. Rain from Team Bliss with the third party. I don't really know what to make of it. It's pretty damn crazy, but they're all going to have to move away because the next circle has shifted over to the east and they're not in the circle.
Well, one thing to mention, the squad of the Expendables now have also moved up to this northeastern side, and they're going to come and get in on the party as well to try and shoot the squad of Colony in the back. We're about to lose half the players in this lobby here, probably within about the next 5 or so minutes, and we're only just about to head into phase 5 not too long, as well, PMA, the Expendables, BBA will find a few trades back and forth. Bryn's there as well to confirm that kill onto Astro Boy. So for the side of BBA, unfortunately, they're down to 2 remaining players, and I don't know, like you mentioned, how on earth the side of Bliss have survived this long. They were crammed between 5 teams at one point, and they've still got 3 players up and running.
Yeah, it's insane. It's pretty insane. It just shows their resilience and experience overall. You have Yon being held by Halimoon and isn't going to really help him too much because he is knocked down to his knees. By the way, the side of the Expendables, it's not directly the fact that they wanted to get involved. It's more the fact that they wanted to make sure that nobody got into the circle, so they are able to camp them on the edge of the circle with all the action that's going on. Colony are going to be their next challengers, who are definitely remained somewhat healthier in this area of the map, but you are down to 2 players. They're down to 0. That's going to be Colony wiped out.
Yeah, and I mean, Like I mentioned, we're going to lose a lot of players relatively quickly, and well, there goes Bliss as well, and the Expendables have actually played that third party absolutely brilliantly, but well, guess what, BBA, they're still there and standing, and now look here on the left-hand side of your screen, PMA, they want to come over and get involved on the eastern side of the map. As what is it with these players' obsession on playing on this northeastern side? As PMA, they're going to completely get aggressive and crash over towards the side of the Expendables here.
Oh my god!
But PMA, they have other ideas. There goes Bad Boy Alliance. They're going to try and find the likes of the Expendables as well. And oh my, we're down to our top 6.
90 minutes in. What did I did kind of say that we were going to get a little bit crazier as the games went on and teams were going to, you know, ramp up the first game, be a little bit passive in the games after, maybe get a bit crazier. I don't think I was expecting that much and that crazy of a situation to happen, but it's definitely beneficial for From the Future, Myth, Fury, Team Extraordinaire, and of course PMA. Duck, from the Expendables is still alive. Out of all of that, when the dust has settled, he's stayed alive. The circle advantage is massively, and I mean massively, in the favor of From the Future. They hold on to like the perfect compound in the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. You've got an equally as good compound though from the side of Team Extraordinaire, just slightly north, and Myth also set up inside. It doesn't surprise me that Fury are trying to get themselves over towards that phase relatively soon, but I mean, we're going to probably see a 3-way engagement here between 3-4 stacks of teams as the Expendables unfortunately bow out here, and this is looking extremely satisfying if you're a supporter of From the Future or Fury, even at Team Extraordinaire. I mentioned I wanted to see Fury win a game, I wanted to see From the Future win a game, or even the Expendables, any of those teams that were on 2 or 3 chicken dinners to try and make things interesting. I would love Team Extraordinaire to win this game.
Yes, I agree. I'm for Team Extraordinaire in this game, just to make the final 2 matches that little bit more exciting. I would also say Myth, because I think they've been a strong team and they deserve another win, but it would only put them on 2, not 3, whereas, you know, From the Future getting a chicken dinner would, don't get me wrong, be good, because it would put them on 4, and same with Fury, and they kind of deserve it. Fury do, with the amount of kills they've gotten and what they've set up over the last 2 days, but bring on Team Extraordinaire. It's going to be a little bit challenging for them. They have PMA coming in from behind. It's only 2 players, but they can still do a lot of damage from the 2 angles that they hold onto against Team Extraordinaire.
Well, we are down to our top 5 remaining teams, and what would have probably been that interesting start to the end phases of lots of crashes and aggressive engagements. I feel like we've already had that back in Phase 3 and Phase 4, so might have a little bit more of a slower paced approach to this ending phase here with 18 players standing. And Fury, though, we mentioned it time and time again, look at the split. They still have that 3-1 split. It's Flood who's playing that far back role, trying to get the info for his squad when he can. Often, I feel like 9 times out of 10, you see the likes of Flood always outside of the phase, playing inside the actual blue itself. Because he's such a strong individual player like that. For the side of Myth, though, looks like they're going to have to deal with the pressure of Fury a little bit. But that zone shift has opened up the doors for a few potential engagements here.
That's why I was a bigger fan of From the Future's compound, because they're able to wrap around a little bit better compared to the likes of Myth. They have a little bit stronger of a rotational play outside the circle, whereas if you look at Myth, they're on the crevice of a hill and they have to kind of move down to get into the circle. Never mind the fact that Fury are kind of breathing down their necks. For Team Extraordinaire, couldn't ask for a better shift. Their compound is still in the circle and they have the ability to control it. The one thing that I worry about, and I'm going to repeat it, is PMA, because the buildings that Team Extraordinaire hold on to, it's great. There's no cover in front of them.
It's going to be Ronan to open up the engagements onto Thanabot, but Jacob's there to instantly trade back on to Ronan. And this was what we saw from Fury the other day, where they used a lot of their util slightly too early, but the confirmation on the kill proves dividend, and the util usage not too bad either, as it tags Jacob and nans me up a lot. I think these 2 teams here, they've got to try and get rid of each other as quickly as possible. It's
something real simple, John. if you look at what Fury did with that utility, it wasn't the fact that they were massively looking for knocks or kills, but they didn't get the revive instantly. So by throwing their utility, they're allowing time for Ronan to reposition, get the revive, and Escalesia gets knocked.
Yeah, great util usage, and we highlighted that was something that we needed to see Fury improve on over the past few days. But you mentioned the side of Team Extraordinaire were in a great spot up towards the northern side, but the squad of PMA could do a little bit of damage, and the knocks come through. Papachulo trades it though, so only that one remaining player from PMA to deal with, but PMA are going to be eliminated. The revive will come through.
Jacob is so good.
From the future are looking great though. From the future are looking fantastic here. What is happening is knocks and trades are coming back and forth. Confirmation of kills too. So all of a sudden you would say stuff has swung in favor of From the Future.
And that's going to be Myth taking down Fury. Excellently executed, and I give a lot of credit to Jacob and Rogue Namzi for turning that one around. The wrap around was beautiful by Rogue to help kickstart that turnaround. A good attempt from Fury, but Myth coming out on top. And they benefited from that fight between Team Extraordinaire and PMA, because if you look right now, Team Extraordinaire are kind of in a position to not massively third party, but could have put a bit more pressure on the likes of Myth, for example. But them dealing with PMA allowed the isolated fight to happen a lot better. The circle shifts on up, and it's in the favor of no team. But like I said about From the Future position earlier on, they are much better when it comes to moving into the edge of the circle, because the hill down the way from Myth, it's going to be horrible for them to try and get out of.
Yeah, we speak about it a lot in PUBG, how hard it is to rotate, you know, a downwards gradient. It's so hard on the hills and the rocky ridge and cliff lines. So for the side of From the Future, they've got a lot of open opportunity. They just got to make sure they don't get too focused on the side of Myth here and allow Team Extraordinaire to try and get themselves in a better spot than what they could do. And well, for Team Extraordinaire, it looks like they're going to try and do just that, as the vehicles do pay into their favor and will allow for a slightly quicker and better rotation than the side of Myth. Some shots come through from Hikaru's, not gonna land anything though. The vehicle though instantly taken out.
I like that from Team Extraordinaire. They're not sending the whole team out straight away with those vehicles. They're kind of sending one or two out to try and carve some kind of anchor points in the circle, get some information, keep someone in the backline to try and cover. It's just very simple, coordinated play from Team Extraordinaire. This is a 4v4v3. From the Future, no, they can't go too aggressive with the shots on towards Team Extraordinaire, because made in Thailand, they're certainly making a bit of noise, even though the circle to an extent is away or is outside of the advantage from them. But From the Future do need to move in. Jacob takes a bit of damage, down to 48 health.
Yeah, Jacob not looking in the best of spots for HP wise, but then again, neither was Man. And if you're the side of Made in Thailand, you've got to try and find a pick sooner rather than later, as you have got the side that I like what Trick and I were doing here. They're trying to get themselves as far advanced up this hill as possible, and they don't even mind playing a little bit in the blue zone. They're trying to get the information as to where Made in Thailand are, but you're probably thinking here, you're one gunfight or knock away from an absolute chaotic end to the game, because as soon as one person's knocked, you're going to see the third party start to come through.
Exactly. It's that classic kind of three-way dance of the first team to really engage could be the first team to go out because of that third-party potential. Phase 8 centers up quite nicely. It does go in the advantage of Team Extraordinaire, because if you look at both Myth and From the Future, they really have to move a lot further, and Rogue Namzi opens up onto Broken Hearts and does get the knock. It's stolen away by how repositions in a valuable direction, but is knocked down to 28 health, has to cover back behind a rock and heal up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit unfortunate for the side of From the Fire, as the numbers advantage swings in favor of Team Extraordinaire. Nansmi probably gonna get knocked here. Luckily for him, he's got a huge rock to work with in front of him, so the first aid kits will get up and running and do him a little bit of a better job than some of those bullets were. And for the side of Team Extraordinaire, though, you've got a very nice hold over this zone. You've got to make sure... Oh, look at how I like it a lot from how Like that a lot from the
Exactly.
Expendables. They got a lot of control here over this zone.
Broken Hearts being taken out opened that kind of southern edge of the circle so much more for the likes of How and a couple of other players, and it's forcing From the Future up towards the edge of the hillside that Myth hold on to. Now, this isn't a bad thing because I feel like it's overall a little bit more of an isolated team fight away from Team Extraordinaire, but they need to start making moves now. We're 30 seconds away from the end of Phase 8 closing out and getting into the final circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of now or never for some of these teams here, as you've got to say. Team Extraordinaire are looking likely here to put that win on the board, like I said, and put themselves into the 3 chicken dinner bracket for the sides of From the Future and Made in Thailand. Now, I'm just trying to take a little look at the terrain around. As soon as I think Myth advance past these sort of rocks here, there's not a lot of cover to work with. Off the back of this, they have got that big steep ridge in front of them, though, and well, here you go. This is what we're looking like from a bird's eye point of view. Man, YKQ and Hikaru pretty much trapped together. This will come down to whether or not How can find a kill.
Team Extraordinaire technically don't need to do anything. They have 2 or 3 players that are pretty much in the dead center of this final circle. Once they don't move From the Future or Myth, they're going to naturally be put closer together with that blue zone.
Look at this, though. Look at the aggression from this. Oh, love that. Love that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. They just what we're seeing this player from Team Extraordinaire do is just delay the rotation as long as possible. There are the knocks. The side on Made in Thailand. They're gonna fall. It's all up to Escalusion. If there's one player that can have a clutch factor out. Oh, this is fantastic play from Team Extraordinaire. I absolutely love that from the side of Team Extraordinaire. It's a 4 versus 1. Team Extraordinaire have put the 3rd chicken dinner on the board with some beautiful, beautiful end phase play.
Yeah, it was pretty much kind of written in stone as soon as that Phase 9 popped up. Hell, kind of Phase 8 and How wrapping around was so good, and that little proactive play from How was just that kind of respecting the fact that they can't rely on their position in the circle, right? It was kind of inevitable, right? From the Future Myth, they were just so close together, and as much as I appreciate what From the Future did in that game, I do think that, unfortunately, they were too passive towards the end. Yeah. They relied too much on their kind of compound. They weren't really as aggressive enough on the Myth, because there was points in that game where Team Extraordinaire weren't really going to punish From the Future, right? Because they hadn't really set themselves up. It's so hard to predict. I will give them that, right? Because they don't see what we see, right? We see where everybody is, but common sense says that when you are so late into the game, every single second counts, and if you are just that little bit too passive, you allow another team to get into a stronger position, and it makes your later game, your final moments, so much more difficult to deal with.
I mean, I kind of understand it, though, from the Future. I think they were so heavily banking on the fact that the face could definitely shift in their favour, and if it did so, they had such a powerful spot in that compound, but unfortunately it doesn't, and it does swing slightly further out towards the west, and that opens the door for... Let's not take it away, though, from Team Extraordinaire. They played the end phase perfectly. They played the split very, very well. In
15 out of 10, yes.
Xiao to go ahead and get the control over the southern side and, you know, pop that U2. I think it was a few flashes and a nade or so going over towards the side of From the Future. He ended up finding the first knock onto the player from Made in Thailand on the rotate as well. But this here was probably one of the highlights of the game. This absolutely insane sort of 6 or 7 way team engagement over towards, you know...
Yeah.
This was ridiculous.
We went from 12 teams in around the 16-minute mark to 6 teams in the 19-minute mark. So we lost 6 teams in 3 minutes, right? That's crazy. And of course, that did shape the end game. That did make it a lot easier for the likes of Team Extraordinaire and even Myth on towards that north and the northeastern side of the Phase 6, Phase 7, Phase 8 circles, right? That is something to think about. Now, they don't, you know, that's not their fault, of course, because it is what it is, but it certainly did make it a lot easier for those 2 teams to come into the late game in a lot better way, of course, and the Expendables Duck able to hold on, Bad Boy coming in, PMA just kind of holding on, and they were overall the victors of that area of the circle, but it was so wild. So wild.
Gotta say though, a wild engagement indeed, but for the side of Fury here, this was the aggressive play they tried to make over towards the side of Made in Thailand. They do find a few of the opening knocks, however, but it was the squad of Made in Thailand and Jacob in particular just disrespecting the util usage of the smokes, to be totally honest with you. Just
so good.
Flying through them and finding the knocks, finding the kills, and then from there it was all up to that solo player of Insight left alive as soon as he exits the smoke, he gets picked up. And well, we are setting ourselves up for a very nice final game or so here, as we are going to see I think 4 or 5 teams now on 3 chicken dinners. And I mean, it's really anyone's game to play.
It is, and like I want to see Shadowy D Arena get a 3rd chicken dinner as well in this 3rd match to make a 6 teams with 3 chicken dinners. For Team Extraordinaire, credit where it's due, because they backed up their gameplay before the 3rd chicken dinner with a hell of a lot of kills. So closing that 3rd win out, instantly jumped up to 2nd. They were in 7th, by the way, before this game. So 5 spots with 1 win. That's the way the chicken dinner rule works, man. It's harsh, but if it works in your favor, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, one team sitting pretty right now is the side of Team Fury, as 130 kills with 3 chicken dinners is absolutely ridiculous. You got to say, you probably feel a little bit unfortunate for them there. They had the first knock in that engagement between Mead and Thailand as well, but things just swung in favour of the squad from Thailand, unfortunately. But look, they're a good enough team they've already won 3 games already within, I think they've won 3 out of our last 6 games, I think, which is absolutely ridiculous.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. We are down to our last 2 games though, however, and when we come back, we'll be heading back to Miramar. That is a new map. That is a new map. So Miramar, sorry. As we will see if Team Fury can go back to back on Miramar. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back to our final day here at the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021. I'm John P, joined by Imperium, and we've just come off the back of a very, I feel like it was a very back-to-front game over on Erangel. We saw usually what is the chaotic sort of start to the end phase where people are crashing on each other, third party in for final positionings. We saw that in the middle stage of the game, and then we saw a slower paced end to the game, which you would usually see in the start of a PUBG game. So a little bit all over the place there on Erangel, but it made for an absolute cracker to watch.
Yeah, for sure. A hell of a Erangel game for sure. And again, considering we this was the first time in this tournament that we saw that kind of northern side of the circle be played out, and even a north of the river finish more specifically, it was really exciting to see. And hopefully in the final game we get the same. Fury still hold on to that top spot. It's a massive lead they have from a kill standpoint, but there is, of course, 3 other teams with them on those chicken dinner standpoint from the future. Team Bliss, Division X, and actually, sorry, now Team Extraordinaire. So 4 other teams with them. It's massive in terms of the top 5 on the same amount of chicken dinners, and in these final 2 matches, the questions have to be answered, right? Who has what it takes to really close out the final game, to close out the final amount of kills? Because again, with the rules in place, with that tiebreaker of if 2 teams have the same amount of kills, which is definitely less likely with Fury to give them credit for that. But if you have, like, from the future, Team Bliss, Division X, Team Extraordinaire, any of those 2 teams on the same amount of points, so whoever's had the better result in the previous game or in that last game, that will come out on top positionally.
It's honestly, the chicken dinner rule set with the tie breaks as well is so... It's nerve-biting to see, and we're just casters, analysts, whatever you want to call us, right? We're not the players actually playing the game itself. No. So I would definitely love to see the likes of SGD Arena, though, win one of these. Win this next game. We'll then be setting ourselves up with a sort of a 5 or a 6-way tie going into the last game in terms of chicken dinners, and it will be purely based on if one of those, top 6 teams can finish and win the game, or if they'll finish with the most kills in that last match, for example. So absolutely loads to talk about going into the game. We are jumping back over onto Miramar, which we actually have seen a Fury pick up 2 of their chicken dinners on this same map. And I think they did both of their games that they won yesterday on Miramar. I think they might have.
Yeah, so their 3 wins have all come from Miramar.
Yeah.
So if they win this Miramar game, then they'll have a 100% record over their wins and Miramar as a map. So technically, you've got to put them in that, in that kind of box on their own, and they are the team who've won the most amount of games in Miramar, so they have a higher success rate in Miramar compared to the other teams as well. So definitely excited to see what they can do. But I echo what you said about Xiaojuidi or an E-Arena, one of those 2 teams getting just chicken dinner in Miramar. After Xiaojuidi's performance in the last Miramar game, I can't help but kind of put them as a team that's going to get the job done, but I know E-Arena has certainly looked strong in Miramar.
Indeed, we will have to wait and see what team looks the best here on Miramar, though. If you're a betting man, you'd probably say you got to swing to the likes of Fury, and just coming across the board as to who I've also thought have impressed me, SGD, Arena. So all of these teams sort of already within inside that top 6, top 7 mark will, of course, be wanting to impress. But let's take a little look at the playing path. It is starting towards the southern side of the map at the bottom of Los Leones, and it's going all the way across to the northwestern side as well. So a pretty bang straight line here on Miramar. Not too much to complain about if you're either one of these sets of teams. Going into this one, though, you've got to say, if you're the likes of the top 4, right, which is Fury, From the Future, the Expendables, and you've also got not the Expendables, sorry, Team Extraordinaire, Team Bliss, and Division X, they're already all on 3 wins. If you can win this game going into the last, you are looking absolutely delightful.
Yes, that is one thing we also need to consider. We've highlighted how we'd like to see one of 2 teams get a 3rd chicken dinner to make that final game interesting. We got to commend that if one of the top 5 get a 4th chicken dinner. especially I suppose especially Fury, being perfectly honest. If Fury wins this game, they've won the tournament, because even if another team wins the final match, Fury will be ahead in kills. So this is like a really important game for Fury. Like a massively important game. This is the tournament winning game for Fury.
Yeah, I completely agree, 100%, because I think, I mean, bar any late minute dramas going into the last game, if Fury win this, you got to look at the likes of probably from the future dropping like a 30 kill, 40 kill win, which is a very, very hard task to do indeed. So from the future, for example, if they win this, you pretty much bank them to win the tournament, and probably proves a lot of people wrong, myself in particular. Going into yesterday, I said, just judging off of the first 3 or so days worth of gameplay, they didn't look that great. They didn't look amazing, to be totally honest with you. I thought they were going to take the approach of they're just trying a new few things going into PGC, but they really turned on the afterburners yesterday and continued it here today, as they are just obviously this one game away from most likely picking up this win in the regional finals of the AOC Masters. And already you can see not a lot of engagements happening compared to early on, but that zone is pretty much a mirror matchup of what we saw in game number 1.
It's a bit more of a pain in the ass because it's even more up north, being honest, John. Like, it has Oasis, and it's so far up north that the first 5-10% of the north part of the circle is out of bounds. So really going to see a lot of teams look to control the kind of water treatment hill, the hill to the west of water treatment, which is very important to Team Fury kind of closing out that chicken dinner, because they had a good bit of that area under control throughout that whole game, Baonam as well. So yeah, there is definitely to an extent echoes of what we saw in the first Miramar game in this phase 1 circle, but we have to consider the kind of the Oasis and outside of Le Cabre area is a little bit stronger of a positional point in this phase 1 for the time being.
It's got a PMA though, or I say the solo player of KMF1 over towards DK Limitless. They're both very split away from their teams. He's trying to isolate a 1v1 here, and just taking a little look across the board in terms of what teams are starting to get up and running and underway sooner rather than later here. It looks like the side of the Expendables over towards El Pozo. They're already set up nicely towards that zone. Colony Myth already getting themselves set up as well in a few compounds. And I mean, well, that's going to be Limitless, who falls out to KMF1, unfortunately. And I mean, it's just the BM as well. Don't get disqualified. Don't get disqualified from the competition, my friend.
Isn't that what happened with those two teams again in the first Miramar game, where there's that little bit of...
I mean, like I said, these teams have played against each other so much. They know each other so well. It's probably just a little
Oh no, Flood, be careful. Oh, Flood.
Oh, Insights run over Ronan as well.
Did Insight run over Ronan? I saw Ronan talk, but
yeah, he ran him over.
I presumed it was one of the DK players.
No, it was a team knock on to Ronan. Mastodon's going to try and find Flood with the nade. He's so lucky. Flood timed that run back just ever. Oh, the timing on that couldn't have been any better. He runs away from the first nade, runs away from the second as well, and all players back up for Fury, and that nearly was a disastrous start here to the game.
It really was, and I think they're kind of respecting the fact that they nearly lost a player around her. Waikika Mukau is looking to join up and support Flood in that area of the map on the kind of hillside, while Ronan and Insight hold on to kind of towards the south side. DK are pinched. They are down to 3 players as well. They have lost one earlier on, so that of course is something to consider. Xiaoji Dui are continuing to loot up Picado. They have a bit of a solid entry point into this phase 1 from that Picado Hill. Another decent area of this phase 1 to hold on to would be that compound to the northwest of San Martin, because you're able to get a lot of information on the southern and the southeastern edge of the circle, while still keeping a massive eye on the likes of the water treatment hill, the crater fields hill, areas around the kind of more central part of phase one. So I'd be curious to see if anybody goes there for the time being while the Expendables and NRX engaging on each other. True, there's some nice shots from Nicel, but not. Yes, it is indeed enough to get a knock at the show.
Yeah, Machine's going to drop as well. One thing to mention, Techstar from the side of Team Bliss has decided to leap his way to his death and found himself knocked, but Levis is there to trade things straight back through. NRX can't get away from this engagement just yet, it seems, as it's decided the Expendables are there. Some great shots from Duck. I think he might just make it around that ridge. Oh, is it Levis? Sorry, I thought it was Duck that found the knock. I apologize.
Cool,
but either way, though, NRX, they've tried to go for that straight through the middle rotation of the phase, and they've been caught by the side of the Expendables. And I like this here from I like it from the Expendables, though. They're just trying to get things sorted as quickly as possible. Don't allow them to get the res and cause you any trouble. It's a very nice play here from the Expendables.
Yeah, a lovely smoke by Levi's as well. 777 pushes in. It's going to be a confirmation. Just one more player of NRX inside the middle of the smoke, and Levi's and the rest of the crew will just wait it down. Losing Jun is definitely difficult to deal with for the Expendables because we've highlighted how good Jun has been in these games for his side. Duck wrapping around the other side, and Levi's finishes the job. And I think it's good that Levi's finished that because I think he's the one that really kicked off the start of that fight for the Expendables, and he deserves to get that final kill. So good job.
Looks like those two teams slightly further out of the phase of PMA and BBA. They're pretty much taking a team fight here, or the two players of BBA, should I say, up against the players of PMA. It's going to be PTR who's going to find the first on two icons. KMF1, though, trying to spot out a little bit of information. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything in terms of damage there, but, well, is this an actual replication of what we saw literally on this exact map a second ago of Boundham United? They're already set up in this compound, and SGD, they want to take control of it. Zesto finds one, finds the second as well, and, well, for the side of SGD, that's fallen completely as part.
He found three! He found three!
That's ridiculous from Zest.
Okay, so... Okay, so I've got a little bit of... I'm glad Boundham cleaned out Xiao GD, and I appreciate Xiao GD pushing in as a full squad. Zest did rip them apart. However, Boundham, you kind of got to recognize that if the phase one is somewhat complementary to what we saw in the first Miramar match of the day, and that compound was a pretty big compound for teams pushing in on, why would you still only have one player there in phase one, right? It's kind of like not really learning from your mistakes. They still clean it up, and you know that response is there, but they didn't need to lose a player, right? That's kind of my point. They didn't need to lose a player.
Yeah. It's, I guess maybe the only thing I can think of is that maybe they thought, well, okay, SGD have done this rotation before. They didn't win it the first time. Maybe that SGD won't make the same mistake twice. But
maybe.
I think if you're Boundham, though, you've got to say just better safe than sorry, right? In terms of strength and numbers, it does
2-2. 2-2 would have been good.
Unfortunately for them, though, they do lose Zest, but not before he did pretty much all the damage that he needed for his team.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that phase has shifted slightly further north here, and I'm not even too sure how much of this zone is going to be accessible by the time we hit like phase 4 or 5.
It's a disgusting circle shift for the players. Beautiful for us because it's in areas of the map that we wouldn't really see circle shifts ending. You've got all of Oasis in play. Oasis is one of those kind of like areas of the map where not only is it far less known to the teams in terms of the little dips and little ridges, but in my experience, you have kind of pockets of buildings that you're able to hold on to, but moving from kind of one side of Oasis to the other is very tricky because there could be some hidden players inside some of the buildings. You can't really get all of the information. It's incredibly frustrating, and I don't think teams want to go into Oasis unless they absolutely have to, and so far nobody is there. They're all on the very edge of it. Extraordinaire rotating in on towards that kind of southwestern edge of it. Kingsayers are rotating into the circle from the eastern edge. Bad Boys Alliance are on the northern edge, and DKG, Division X Gaming, are on towards that kind of western side of the Oasis. So far, nobody's in the center of Oasis.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's a position on the map that can really be 50-50, and that good old saying, it's all swings and roundabouts in terms of gunfights, can definitely come into equation. But for the side of Colony, trying to take a few shots over towards Made in Thailand. Jacob not landing any shots there, unlike him. We think for the side of Made in Thailand, he's performed very well so far already today, though. I like the position that E-Arena has taken up, though. To be totally honest with you, they've got up towards the northwestern side of that zone, using the big cliff and hill lines to sort of be the team that rain fire down onto them with bullets, and I like it a lot. The Team Bliss have tried to opt to do a similar thing, though, but I think E-Arena at the moment probably have one of the best spots here in terms of this phase.
Yeah, I agree with you on E-Arena's position. It's not as viable because the northern side of this phase 2 and the northern side of the circles in general are probably less likely to stay within the bounds of phase 3, phase 4, but it is still something that they can play around with on the kind of western edge and the southwestern edge, etc., etc. I think the Expendables are probably in a little bit of a better position on the western edge. They're able to move in towards the compound as Team Extraordinaire, doing everything they can to hold their ground as they go a little bit deeper into Oasis than expected, but it's not too deep that they're not able to move out of it should they have to, and they are able to do a lot of work onto Fury.
Let's see if they can do that work. As a team putting in a little bit of work was the team that I highlighted as the Arena, as Sissy's going to drop Monty, and that's a huge player to find yourself knocked if you're the side of Team Bliss. He's really led the way in terms of damage and the kill department for the squad of Bliss. But one thing, we mentioned this a lot, and I feel like a broken record, but the split that E-Arena run is always so good. They're actually in a 1-1-1-1 split right now in terms of control over the phase. So what they're trying to say is, no matter which way this phase shifts, that is perfect. That is a beautiful shift in terms of what's going to happen soon for them. And I mean, if you're gonna be at E-Arena, if this shift can continue to go towards the western side of this phase, you're looking in a very good spot. But Colony, though, doing a little bit of work over towards the side of Team Bliss, back and forth trades there as a nade and a knock apiece.
Lovely money.
Comes through a few more. That's a great money from Calves. He's gonna find one.
One is traded, but it's not really enough to kind of keep Colony alive because they were in a bit of a 2-2 split. And I appreciate that from Team Bliss, by the way. They went for that crash. They knew their position in the circle as it shifted was extremely compromised, and they made a play, they made a pull, and it's something we haven't seen all the time from Bliss, as they tend to be in the past a bit more of an edge of circle team. But as they're trying to adjust and adapt to the lobby, and with this kind of circle in play, I think it was great that they went for that push. And E-Arena highlighting them a little bit more. They have still got that split, but they're much closer together, because as that phase 3 went over to the east, kind of their side of the circle is going to become a tiny bit more congested with players and teams. So being a little bit closer together will allow them to control the circle a lot more.
Squad of Fury, though, just slightly behind the split players of Team Extraordinaire and the squad of BBA on that eastern side. So that will be a engagement we await to see later on, though. Dr. Logi's going to fall to the hands of, I think it was KMF1 for the side of PMA. The crash from Fury, though. I like this. I like it a lot, as Papachulo's going to fall. Fury get control of the compound just outside the northwestern side of Oasis, and well, that's the risk that you run there if you're the side of Team Extraordinaire playing a split so late on in this game, especially with the way it looks like this phase is set up. But Fury, they've now got to deal with the squad of Bad Boys Alliance.
Yeah, Bad Boys have a couple of little dips to play around. Looking at the Expendables, I highlighted that they were in a good spot. Iron Frost has absolutely no idea that Levi's is there. To trigger discipline from Levi's just to wait it out hold it down. How quickly is he going to be able to get on towards that mountaintop? Indeed, he's made it in. Iron for us is unwittingly, unknowingly kind of moving away from Levi, so they're chasing each other for the time being as we get into this phase 4 shift. In the next 1 second, it's come through and it has gone pretty big over towards the western side, so E-Arena are going to have to reconsider how they want to maneuver into this circle. They have KM99 close by Sissy as well, but when you have the 2-man team of Team Extraordinaire, the 2-man team of Colony, the 3-man team of Team Bliss kind of waiting in the shadows on that centered area of this phase 4, it's not going to be easy for E-Arena.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. That's the risk that comes with sometimes the potential reward of playing such a heavy split and trying to set up in a power spot and predicting which way that phase might shift and move. If it shifts the other way, you're left in an awful situation to try and come in later on at the later stages of the game. But one team that's not in the best of spots either is DK as well. Colony and Myth combined for a few kills apiece to clean a few of those players up, and all of a sudden they're down to their last player. Master Dude is going to get focused. Insight drops to Logfee, and that's going to be the kill confirmed by IQ 500. So we mentioned the squad of Fury. It looks like they're going for a bit of aggressive push over towards their compound of DXG here, and well, DXG seems to be holding them out just well, but Mastodon probably going to fall here in the hands of Killer.
Yeah, using that smoke to keep himself alive. From the Future have a great spot, by the way, inside this circle. We haven't really talked about them in this game, but on that southern edge, it's absolutely bang on. Team Myth as well, one of the strongest compounds. 2 buildings in play, 3-1 spread, absolutely integral by the side of the road. It's Bad Boys Alliance trying to hold things down. Fury did try to send 1 player across towards Division X, and they end up paying the price. I think Fury are going to try and play a little bit more and towards the northern edge of this circle. They have to get rid of Bad Boys Alliance first, and as soon as they do, it should be a little bit more easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, but sometimes easier said than done in a game of PUBG, as Flood's going to find Petra from the side of BBA. That's them, unfortunately eliminated from this game. And we've already highlighted how important it is for Fury to try and win this game, right? If Fury win this game, they probably confirm themselves the first place spot. But if you're the side of Team Extraordinaire from the Future, Team Bliss, DXG, though, all still alive at the moment with 3 chicken dinners on the board already. You've also got to think there might be a little chink in the armor here from Fury at times, and well, that one thing being that player insight eliminated. There is definitely potential here for one of these teams from 2nd through to 5th to try and cause Fury some trouble, and it looks like DXG, they want to be that team.
Yeah, for sure. And but here's the thing, Fury were so like in that position where they couldn't really do anything other than try to play around Bad Boys Alliance. It's just unfortunate that Team Extraordinaire are coming in for a little bit of a third party behind, but it's good play from Division X Gaming, sending GigaCon 4 to try and like recognize that, hey, we can't give Fury too much room to maneuver into a circle. We can't give them too much of an advantage. That north shift does keep Myth's compound absolutely on point inside this circle. From the Future are going to have to move around. Colony are looking pretty good, and so are Team Bliss.
It wouldn't surprise if we see the likes of the Expendables or From the Future try and crash onto one of these sites that Colony and Myth are sort of occupying, and trying to just go, you know what, let's go gung-ho about it and fight fire for fire and try and win the engagements. But for the side of Team Extraordinaire, down to their 2 remaining players as Jacob finds the kill onto Youngby. They are up towards the northern side. They have got a few players of E-Arena to try and deal with, as they are trying to clean up the kills onto that solo remaining player for Fury, that is Flood. So it looks like Fury could potentially be dropping out of that top spot here in this final game. But let's not take anything away from Flood. He's a very talented individual player and has the potential here to do some crazy, crazy stuff. But how are these players going to go about rotating here? The likes of From the Future, from the side of the Expendables. Do you crash onto a team and try and take their spot, or do you slowly try to edge in?
I can't help but feel that this part of the circle, or this part of the map, should I say, is just about trying to take as much control of as small area as you can, and trying to be in between that is just kind of so hard to deal with, but as From the Future do try to send it up closer towards the colony, they do get third-partied by the members of the Expendables. You just seen Fury go down, and look, it's not the end of the world for them, but unfortunately for them, all of the other teams with 3 chicken dinners are still alive now. It's not looking the best for Team Extraordinaire as they're down to just 1 player with another one knocked. But Team Bliss with 3, From the Future with 3, and Division X Gaming with the full squad up. Any one of those getting this chicken dinner, and it's all for Fury to do in the final match.
I don't want to sound too crazy here, so forgive me if I do, Imperium, but Made in Thailand, they're on 103 kills right now. If they pick up the chicken dinner here with, say, a 15 kill win, that puts them on around the 120 region, and well, they pick up the 3rd win with a high kill chicken dinner in our last game coming up next on Erangel. They could be looking to leapfrog their way from 9th in to 1st, but I think that's very much wishful thinking from myself.
It's very
doable though. It is doable.
It is not wishful thinking, man. I'm sorry, that's not. Give yourself more credit for that. Myth have proven themselves. It's a really good thing that you bring on board in this game alone. They have the biggest advantage. They have the best position. Indeed, yes, they do need to get quite a good few kills around that, of course. But they've proven they can in the past, and they'll continue to prove it again. It's going to come down to that final match for them. But again, give yourself credit for that. It's not crazy at all, my friend.
Yeah, I think the Expendables aren't far behind them as well. I mean, they got 114 kills, so the same situation from them. You'd probably think, though, the likes of Made in Thailand would have the upper advantage in this game. One of the best positions, or at least was one of the best positions, as that phase has shifted slightly further northwest. And you're looking at the likes of Team Bliss now, in and around the compound. They're looking rather good. You've got From the Future already set up, locked down their spots towards these ridge lines. As well, there's a lot of open plains to work with here in this zone, and a natural cover is going to be a must.
It has been match 9 since Team Bliss won a chicken dinner, so they're certainly starving. Colony, though, Momo trying to keep himself going strong as they play towards the blue. You got the last 2 players of the Expendables in play. It's a 2-2 Team Extraordinaire go down. That's great for Fury. That is great for Fury, because the 2nd place team are eliminated, and now only 3 of the remaining 7 teams have 3 juicy chicken dinners on board. The rest have 2 or less. And that's exactly what Fury wants to see, is From the Future trying to push on by out of the shack, trying to control Myth as they are coming in from behind. This is great for Jacob with that mini 14.
Yeah, the side, though, of Myth, you notice what they did with their U-tool, putting that wall of smokes up to try and give themselves a little bit more cover to work with. It's not worked too much, though, as Sissy's going to find the knock onto Man. Unfortunately, I think one of the sides of players from that's
beautiful.
You're very much a dead man walking there. Hikaru is like that, though, from Made in Thailand. They're a team that mentioned, can they get some frags on the board? And that's exactly what they've done, as they've now put 3 on the board in this game. They jump up to 104 kills. They're looking pretty decent for this chicken dinner. They still got a hold of a very nice spot indeed, though. In terms of the next phase shift in 40 seconds time, it can prove absolutely pivotal. If it starts to shift towards the south, the team of Bliss, Made in Thailand, they're looking great. But as I say that, though, it's going to be Colony to try and come in on the 3rd party.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Myth still got to give them credit. Like, look at that. They take them down because the second they took down the 2 players in From the Future in the shack, they recognized that, wait, we could be the ones that could have that happen to us. So they instantly kind of not move away from the shack, but they don't rely on it, right? They spread themselves out, and Colony may be a little bit too late for a 3rd party. Can't do much about it, but that's still fantastic reactions from Team Myth. Fantastic proactivity from Team Myth as Phase 7 pops up and it centralizes extremely nicely, because guess what? The only person that's inside the circle is the last player of From the Future and one of the Division X players. Everybody else is outside. Team Bliss's kind of one of their kind of small warehouses is like just about in the circle, so they aren't too far away. But for everybody else, this is so difficult, because this kind of phase, John, they're all playing edge of circle.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for sure. As well, this is going to fall. That's the remaining player from the Expendables that is dropped. I think though, for the side of DXG, I'm not too sure if they know that there is a solo player of Broken Hearts from the future over towards that solo shack. Yeah. They might send the player over to try and get control of that. True. But you mentioned that this is going to be a very much back to the blue, edge of the zone and edge of the phase type of play style. Made in Thailand though, they're going so aggressively. They're sending it over towards the side of Team Bliss, and I absolutely love this from the squad of Made to Thailand. There you go. There's the first 2 knocks, or maybe there's not. Esqualesia, probably the most consistent player, but it doesn't matter because Nansmi's there to find 2, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Rain. There goes Team Bliss. Made in Thailand are here to play.
Yeah, when Esqualesia drops down, you rogue Namzi there to save the day, and no better gun to do it on with the Grows in play. What a rotation from Myth. What a message to send to the rest of the lobby and say, we're not here to win. We are here to take over. And that's exactly what they've done. I will say that Team Bliss's position in the circle was pretty good. That's why the very edge of the building and the little hill to the left is kind of away from E-Arena, so they have a bit more of a wayside to play with, and Jacob instantly sends it out. This is amazing from Myth.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from them. DXG, though, trying to do a little bit of work, and, well, you can sort of see what DXG are doing, similar to what the side of Team Extraordinaire did in the last game. We saw them pick up a win on. They're trying to split out and control this phase as much as possible. They have got 1 player, or make it 2, I think, of E-Arena left to deal with. That's going to be Lyrics and KM99. The knock comes through from Nansmi, though. So, for the side of Myth, they could be in some sort of 4v4 here against the team of DXG, as it looks like E-Arena and from the future, though. That solo player, Broken Hearts, hugging the edge of the zone. He's been spotted, though. He's very much a dead man walking. This is going to be another kill. And I mentioned, if we can see Myth drop a 10 or 15 kill win here, they're back in the mixer, and, well, they're sitting on 10 already and probably going to make it 11 once they find Broken Hearts.
If they win this game with, let's say, 11 kills, let's say 11 kills, they win this game, and that's going to put them on 111 and only 20 kills or so away from Fury should he get a 3rd chicken dinner. So you're right, Myth still need another 5 to 6 kills, but that's why they played so proactively in this game, right? They're not just playing for the win, they're playing for the regional finals win, they're playing for the first place overall in the standings, and you can see that on their play style. But the circle does shift in the direction of Division X Gaming. Myth have to continue to move forward. They know exactly where that last player of From the Future is, and you gotta say that the last player from the future is kind of delaying this clean 4v4 fight of the final 2 teams.
And I think they both want this final kill as well, because they know that the kills are going to be so vital in the latter stages of the next game. Is it going to be Made in Thailand to find the kills? I know what. I think Broken Hearts here is probably just trying to survive as long as possible in the blue. It's not going to last too much longer, though. 1 bullet will probably finish him off. I'm pretty sure he's trying not to give anyone the kill there.
Exactly.
I don't blame him for that at all, as he knows that the teams are close behind him in terms of the kill count. But here we go then, a 4 versus 4 between the side of Made in Thailand and Division X Gaming. The winner of this will put themselves in a great spot. If DX win this, they go top.
Neil needs to wrap around and try and deal with one of the players towards Division X log fight. You take him down and you have a bit more of a control inside the circle. I also love that Neil T used a vehicle to push a little bit more to the side with the 3 other players. You can see IQ 500 trying to be the transitional person, but that's exactly what Myth needed to do. Rogue Namzi onto log fight to open the doors.
Yep, the doors have very much been blown off here in the 4 versus 4, as that's going to be Logfi, who has found the nades coming through. Look at the util usage from Myth. Unfortunately, all going to fall slightly short, but them players from Myth, though, they're slightly closer towards the centre of that zone, and we have to see the squad of DXG slowly make their way up the top of a ridge. There's the confirmation of the kill, though. So, 4 versus 3, Thanawat very much
beautiful.
behind this rock. Oh, some shots coming back though. However, 31 damage done as well. IQ 500 finds the knock. So Made in Thailand, they've done all they can thus far. Or are they going to fall at the final hurdle?
Yeah, but Division X Gaming, you said it, they're further away from the edge of the circle, so they need to take this knock and they need to run with it. They've evened the scores when it comes to the bodies on the lobby. The edge of the circle is against DXG.
Very, very hard situation for DXG to deal with here. They pretty much just got to try and fly out and try and find a knock. If they can find another knock, it opens up the door so much that Made not going to execute though as IQ 5. Oh, Jacob! Jacob finds 2! The third comes through, and Made in Thailand, they put that important second chicken dinner on the board. And well, now have we just found ourselves another team to throw into the mix going into our final game?
Yes, 1,000 times yes, 1,000,000 times yes. I know they haven't got the third chicken dinner, but Jesus H. Mary, Mother of Christ, that performance was from Myth was just game changing. It was soul destroying in all the right ways. They just owned that game. They owned it. It was like shades of what Fury did yesterday, right? Just that kind of not taking anything for granted. They pushed on the front of the future in the shack, took down 2 of their players. They took down the last player of I think it was the Expendables maybe. They took down Bliss. They took down Colony. Every single place they went, and let's be fair, they had a fantastic compound up until I think phase 5, phase 6 when it shifted away. But again, they didn't take it for granted. It was just such good gameplay for Myth.
Well, I can confirm that Made in Thailand got 15 kills in that game and the chicken dinner as well. So I'm really excited to see our leaderboards in a few minutes' time. But, well, this was the fight we saw earlier on between the Expendables and NRX, just rotating blindly through the middle of this sort of cliff line here. And it's only going to result in one thing, in your team dying. But, boy, oh boy, going into this last game, we've got ourselves something fantastic set up. And well, if there's one team probably that'll be a little bit disappointed in the fact that Made in Thailand have won that, it's probably Team Bliss. Because Team Bliss had a fantastic selection of buildings. I think it was like a bit of a warehouse building over towards one of the compounds they were in that was slightly in the zone ever still. This is how Zest found 3 there against the squad of SGD. I will never know. But if you're the side of Team Bliss there, you can't have all died that easily to Made in Thailand.
No, but like with the way Made in Thailand pushed in, let's be fair, they didn't really give Team Bliss any amount of time to really react. They didn't really give them any amount of time to reposition. So honestly, it was the perfect push by Made in Thailand. I'm not really going to hold that against Team Bliss. The team that's probably, unfortunately, and not even against them as well, that's going to be a little bit more frustrated with that game is Division X. Because that win would have put them in first place from Chicken Dinners, right? That would have been that 4th win from Division X, one ahead of Fury, and it would have put so much more pressure on not only Fury, but every single other team behind Division X, whereas now that door is still wide open and Division X have it all to do again in the final match.
Confidence. I don't think people realize how much of a big thing confidence really is in any battle royale, you know. To be totally honest with you, it's if you're DXG there, you win that game, like you said, you're looking at such a great spot going into the last. All you got to make sure you do is pretty much make sure that Fury don't win that game. And because I'm pretty sure DXG are sort of around a similar sort of kill barrier that all the other teams are outside of
73
Fury. So, well, let's take a little look at our leaderboards here. And from Made in Thailand, they are just a 18 kill win away from taking top spot off of Fury Extraordinaire behind them. This is we are in for an absolute treat here, Imperium, by the way, going into this last game. It's gonna be ridiculous.
Like, Fury have this, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Fury maybe do a little bit of target dropping in this final match. And it's easier said than done, but I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe dropped on Division X or Team Extraordinaire or From the Future or Team Bliss, because they can't control every one of those teams results, but if they can control one, it takes away one extra team that can take the win away, right?
I completely agree. I completely agree with you.
So I really wouldn't be surprised if we saw that in the final match. For other teams, you've got to get the win. With the amount of kills that Fury have as a lead, it's gonna come down to that golden chicken dinner.
Yeah, could potentially do so. But we'll be back with our final game here in the AOC Masters Tournament 2021. We're heading to Erangel. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is here. We're finally heading into our final game of the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021. My name is John P, joined for the last time, may I say, which is a very upsetting statement to make by the lovely Imperium. What an event we've seen thus far. That last game we've made in Thailand, winning it, has thrown yet another potential spanner in the works for our live standings. We've got probably 8 teams coming into this that could take home first place.
Pretty much hit the nail on the head. It is, of course, Fury's tournament to lose at the moment. They hold on to that top spot with over 130 kills and those 3 chicken dinners, but they are on the same amount of chicken dinners as 4 other teams. You've then got Myth, who've had a massive game. They need to repeat that, though. They need around 16 kills, 17 kills, and that chicken dinner for them to overtake Fury. That's the biggest challenge for them, to be perfectly honest. Maybe they drop on Fury, right? Maybe they drop on Fury and hope that they get the squad wipe. It means that Fury gets 0 kills and then they have it all to do. Of course, that's something Myth could do.
It's doable, and it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. We see it a lot in loads of different events, for example, and other games we've seen. It's a viable tactic to play. Honestly, if you get them off the map straight away, you're then looking at, okay, this is the panic stations start going for these teams. It might put a few other teams under pressure, and that's why it wouldn't surprise me if you see either SGD or the Expendables try to do it. Because, okay, if they win this, if they win this next game, they can still technically finish in first place, but it's going to be a lot harder to do so than some of the other teams. And with that Pachinki drop spot always contested, maybe they're the team to do it.
Maybe they are. 17 seconds away from getting into our final match of this tournament. Of course, massive shout out to everybody watching. Massive shout out to all of the producers, the back end staff. Mutan Roshi, our producer, over the last 4 to 5 days. Jay's in the first couple of days. AOY helping organize, and all of the other talent across this tournament. Thank you so much to everybody for being involved. To everybody watching as well, it's been an honor and a pleasure to cast these games, to cast with yourself, John. And of course, if you have any kind of feedback, don't be afraid to hit any of us up over DM on social media and let us know how we got on. But into the final game we go, John.
Into the final game we do. And of course, like you mentioned, you got to say a huge thank you to AOC. So do not forget, guys, AOC are not only providing us with a super exciting event, but they also have much more special offers to bring you guys, depending on what region and country you might potentially be from. And for more information, please go over and check out AOC Monitor via Facebook. And speaking of Facebook, don't forget you can keep up to date with all our tournament tracking there as well, although this is the last game. If you want to know anything between the different tournament results and any updates on upcoming tournaments, make sure you follow us on the AOC Monitor Facebook page or Mineski TV_TH as well. But it looks like Pachinki is going to be contested once again between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Xiaojuidi have dropped there. And the Expendables, yeah, okay. They only have 1 chicken dinner, so they have a lot less to lose. Teddy, he's lost his life, and that makes it so much harder for Xiaojuidi. A man down, your back is surely against the wall. Will the likes of Shen, who's proven himself as a big player in this lobby over the day so far, will he be able to pull out another clutch for his side?
Time will most definitely tell, as it is the Expendables with the upper hand advantage in this team fight. And, well, you got to say the Expendables, they've come out on top most of the time. Let's take a look at this zone, though, as it is over towards the western side of the map. George Pole slap bang in the middle of it as well. So already Fury DXG looking good in the center of the zone. Notice, however, though, Fury usually drop over towards a military base here. However, they've elected to take up Georgia Pole.
Yes, but George Paul is a drop that they've dropped in the past, so I don't think it's outside the realms of normality, but I really want to believe that it's also part of the fact that maybe they were a little bit afraid of being dropped on in military base. Now, the plane path didn't promote a military base drop, but I honestly, I'm just going to let, my mind run a little bit wild and allow myself to believe that a little bit of a fear of being dropped on was part of the process behind Fury dropping in North George.
Yeah, definitely a potential as Option's going to finish the... I thought he was going to finish the kill onto 777 then, but no, he just jumped down and find the other kill onto June as well. So it's up to Duck and Levis to try and keep themselves alive here and the dream alive for the Expendables, even though they most definitely will not be winning this game. But there is literally, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 teams here very much in a winnable position, or maybe let's say 7E Arena. They've got to drop literally like a 60 kill game in order to win it, but for the squad of Myth and SGD though, still doable, but they can't lose too many more players, and well, it doesn't look like they are, as June and 777 are going to be instantly finished off again, Dark Forwards, and it's all up to Leviz.
Leviz is going to be able to get the revive under June, which is quite important. I know the body advantage to Nixenko going over to Shadow D, so I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't push that, but maybe they're trying to play a little bit safer when it comes to wanting to keep the extra bodies alive, so getting that revive onto Opchen and as a trio could be quite valuable indeed, but the stairs is being held onto by Levi's for the time being. The shotgun play for Shen. They say let freedom reign with the shotgun blast. Well, let's see if that happens for Xiao GD against the Expendables.
It's going to be very hard, though, for the Expendables to play a disadvantage, but as we step aside from that engagement and focus on the one between DK and KSR, which is going to be a Kingslayer. Looks like the DK players are trying to collapse over towards... Wait, did we just see SGD eliminate the Expendables finally? I think we did, yeah, on the other side of the map. That yep, engagement does come to a conclusion, but Jagger trying to rotate his way over towards his teammate and help him out. That's just going to give some more information, though, to the side of DK as to where this Kingslayer team is.
Kingslayer's not really in a running to do too much. 53 kills. This is actually a fight for an extra position at least, so Pride will come into play if Kingslayers can come out on top in this fight. The extra kills will put them ahead of DK. They can't really do enough to get ahead of PMA in the overall standing, so there's only one position dividing these two teams, and even NRX down below can't really do too much, but Jason seals a knock on to Mastodon, and that puts the side of DK now down to just one.
Yeah, it was looking good momentarily for the side of DK Esports, but Kingslayer flip the table once again and turn the tides, and well, there you go, DK unlucky, my friends. Not the best of performances in the AOC Masters out of them, you would say, as they bow out here in 14th or 15th spot, should I say, with 14 teams remaining. I just want to take a little look as to where these teams are now set up on the map. We have seen a lot of players and teams start to head over towards the middle of that zone. It's only the likes of Blisk, KSR, Team Extraordinaire, for example, and even BBA at times that are outside of that initial phase 1 circle. Flood going for some very ambitious shots over towards this team up on the hill. I think that's the squad of BBA.
PMA. No, it's PMA.
PMA. Oh, sorry, of PMA. There, they are absolutely miles away.
PMA are in a good spot in Everest. With Everest, it's a very tricky area of the map to hold on to, right? Because you have entry points on the west side and the east side of the Everest. So you don't really want to hold the central part, but you also don't want to really commit everything to one side. So that 2-2 split from PMA, I think, is the best of both worlds on this phase 1. Fury executing a great rotation from North George fairly early on, to the point where they have 2 in the building across the road, 2 in the building to the north of the river, just outside North George. Couldn't ask for a better position. Bownam, got to give them credit. They do have one by the Chop 6 area, which could be quite good, because Chop 6 is a great part of this phase 1. Outside of that, let's be fair, this phase 1 does have about 10-15% water in play, so it is kind of tricky for a lot of these teams, and with Everest in play, it really blocks off a lot of information you're going to get when you're on that kind of southern half of the circle. So it's something that the teams will really need to consider when it comes to that phase 2 shift.
How many times have we seen though that people have set themselves up in one spot, for example, trying to predict what happens in the phase, and the complete opposite happens? It's just a beauty of PUBG. So phase 2 and in particular phase 3, those shifts are very much important, as Cabs tries to go for the drive-by onto Neil, doesn't finish the knock though, as it's 13 HP, and somehow
on Division X
getting away. Division X though, they're in not a bad spot themselves here. They got a nice 1-2. I think they're in a 1-2-1 split here. It's more of a 3-1 split, to be fair with you, but a very nice split across the southern side of Georgia Pole. But for the side of NRX, though, they are still looking to try and cause a bit of damage. Got From the Fire just to the eastern side, joined by PMA, Colony, and Myth as well. And E-Arena, they're going for that late rotation into the southern side of the desert.
I just don't want Division X to be making those kind of silly mistakes and not really being joined up as a full squad at the right time. And 1-2 minutes into phase 1 blue zone, phase 1 going into phase 2, and you're kind of still not really solidified like that. It's not really, I'm a little bit worried about them because they need this win to win the tournament. They're only on 83 kills, so anything but a chicken dinner is going to keep them in the same spot they are. They could overtake Team Bliss in 4th to give them credit if they get extra kills. That's not what they want. They want the first place.
Yeah, Bliss though, unfortunately, gonna lose one player. That's gonna be Rain. Monty can't afford to drop here.
Why go so deep?
Yeah, it's a costly play from Bliss as well. 2 players now probably gonna be out of the equation. Textile, okay with the 3 kills. It's all up now to the solo player from BBA. They've got to get Monty back up and into the action as quickly as possible.
That solo player from BBA is like way further away. There's no way he's joining up with the rest of his team.
Luckily though, for the squad of Team Bliss, you mentioned that final remaining player, Halim Moonen, very, very much far away from his squad. So Team Bliss, not as bad as what it could have been, but still such a risky play from them though. They want to try and get the kills and obviously make themselves look better on, but they're in the stage right now. All they've got to do is win the game. The shift comes in, and it's going towards the south, and for the side of DXG, the likes of Colony, even E-Arena and NRX, who are hugging that coastline, not a bad shift for them.
This is very, very good, but also kind of bad, because it's very good that it eliminates a lot of the water that was in play. It does open the door for some really solid areas of the map to be held onto, like you said, on that kind of southwestern side with E-Arena, with kind of NRX, with Colony. But it's also tricky for the teams coming from the north, because they're going through maybe the bridge of North George into South George, and yes, that's a stopgap, but it's not really the best spot to be in. You can go up through Everest, but that's going to be easier said than done. And then if you wrap around Everest, you're kind of going in a little bit blind into the circle. So, the ups and downs, the good and bads are there for this phase 2 shift. I wasn't expecting to be so massive in a southerly direction, but it's there. The radio towers in play. Kingslayer is being put under pressure by Myth. They need as many kills as they can get, John. As many kills as they can get.
Yeah, well, they're going to start off with at least 2 as Jason and Jagger both gonna fall. And, well, for the side of Myth, it wouldn't surprise if they try to impress and find the remaining kills. They do so at least find 1, as in it's going to be Yan who drops. It's all up to 1-1. And, well, I mentioned Colony were in a bit of a good spot. They've actually dropped 2 players as well as PMA, who are doing the work there. 1-1 has been spotted, though. Is he going to find the kills? He nearly walks into a bit of fire from the molly momentarily. Only a matter of time. I like this from Myth, though. They know that they have to play aggressive. They have to try and put these kills on the board if they're going to get themselves towards the top spot. Kingslayer's eliminated, and Myth, well, they're continuing strongly.
They are indeed. They did lose a player, so it kind of hurts them a little bit, but they also can't use that as an excuse to not be proactive, to not be aggressive. It's kind of do or die. It's now or never for the side of Myth in this game, as PMA pushing in on towards Colony. You highlighted that PMA had already lost 2 players. Well, PMA, they're down to 1. It's a clean 1v1. 1 inside the building, 1 outside the building. The two players of each team are just crawling their way through. Lovely pre-fire shots in the doorway from Momo. KMF1, he's down to 12 health. He knows he can't really pull off a first aid, and that's going to be PMA down. Colony will survive as a trio. I think maybe not, because Baunam, they're coming in for a third party.
Yeah, well, here come Baunam. They've known that these players in here are. That is a
lovely nade.
That is a beautiful nade from Zeth as he cleans up the two remaining kills. So then, in terms of the way our live standings are sitting, Fury still at the top spot with the 3 chicken dinners, 134 kills close behind them with 93 and 90 kills and 3 chicken dinners of Team Extraordinaire. And from the future, it's starting to look like whoever wins this game will probably win this event.
Outside of
Baunam and I think maybe two teams.
Outside of those two, it's very, very exciting. Like we said, Fury technically don't need to win. They just need to stop every other team, or help stop every other team with 3 chicken dinners from grabbing that golden game number 4. They are going very close into the hands from the future, rotating on that coastal line, beach side dip, and it seems like they have to rethink how they move, because from the future, credit to them, are saying, no, you shall not pass. We will not let you get anywhere close to us.
Yeah, I like it. I like it from the future. They have to try and hold Fury out as long as possible here. The side of Fury, they've got so much room to work with on the eastern side. Or actually saying that, though, they don't really have too much, because they've got DXG just there, and so NRX are there too. So, I mean, other than the likes of Myth, SGD, and probably E Arena, everyone else is really close together. These 3 other teams, though, they've got a very good occupation of the middle of the zone. You know, they're pretty much controlling the middle of the zone in a straight line across from west to east.
And for Maiden Thailand, they've got to consider that there's 34 players left alive, and they're on 3 kills. They need a good 15 more, so they need to take out like half of this lobby. I know their position right now is inside the circle, but it's also not giving them that much information towards the kind of radio tower hill in my eyes. They need to do what they were kind of doing in the Miramar game and start to be a little bit more proactive. As Fury are being proactive on from the future, they're going for the push, they're going for the fight, and this is kind of what Fury need to do. Eliminate from the future, and that's one team with the 3rd chicken dinner that are not going to get their 4th.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look. But Broken Hearts has actually found another knock as well. This is it. This is it. This has to be the play from the future. They have to push this engagement. But guess what? White Kikamuka is going to find one. Hikaru's going to drop floods there for the 3rd party, but he's instantly dropped to 20 HP. He finds the kill though, and somehow the duo of Fury survive. Flood drops, so it doesn't matter. The revives will come through, and from the future, that was the play they had to make to try and keep the squad of Fury out. But guess what? Here come Team Extraordinaire as they smell there might be a little bit of potential here, and the crash comes through. I love this from Team Extraordinaire.
Can you smell what the Extraordinaire is cooking? They're gonna lay it to smack it down on all of the candy asses of Team Fury. I respect what Fury did, taking down another team that had 3 chicken dinners, but Team Extraordinaire, they're currently lying down in towards that 2nd spot with their 3 chicken dinners, but how gets knocked. Inside is not done. Fury are not done. Inside CIGL, the pre-fire comes out, but doesn't work out. Why kick and Mook out? He's down to 27 health. The pre-fire lays out. He gets a knock. He needs to find one more kill. One more kill in the 1v2, but he goes down. Fury are out of here. Team Extraordinaire, they eliminate them.
Yeah, if you've seen that there, and you are a player of the likes of DXG, Team Bliss, Made in Thailand, and even the likes of E Arena, you are smiling at yourselves right now to say, this is it. The front door has very much been open for us, and DXG, Team Extraordinaire, Team Bliss, all they've got to do is try and survive towards the end phase and win this game, and they will claim top spot. DXG, though, well, they're not done just yet. They're going to find a few nades. It's going to be Godace who falls to the hands of Gagakon and Neil T. But boy, oh boy, Fury, they've fallen a little bit sooner than they would expect to have. And that right there has really thrown a spanner in the works.
Now we see this fight between Baunam and Division X. IQ 500 with a great rotation. It's with a vehicle, so it's heard. It's being spotted out, so good reaction from Youngboy, but I appreciate what IQ 500 is trying to do, and it works out in his favor. He gets a knock onto Youngboy. Neil T confirms that kill onto Youngboy. Now the wraparound comes through, but Neil T doesn't watch his back. He does get knocked, but in the end, Giga Khan is there to finish the job, and Division X keep themselves alive. Phase 4 popped up though, John. It's gone down south. They're gonna have to move in while NRX and Team Extraordinaire. This is absolutely wild. Brash and bold from Team Extraordinaire through the fields of Gatka.
Yeah, it's the Team Extraordinaire though. They want to make sure that they dictate every single opportunity that they have. Unfortunately, Papachula was dropped, so just the 2 remaining players left for them. Are they trying to get aggressive here over towards the duo split from E-Arena? I'm not too sure if they are. I don't know if I agree with that or not. As they are going to hop out, try and use that natural terrain and cover behind the vehicles too to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. But I think by doing that, they've thrown themselves in a bit of an awful spot. The nades come through. Sissy's there to find the kill. Papachulo's confirmed. It's all up to Trick. For the side of Team Extraordinaire, it seems to have very much all fallen apart here as they made the play onto Fury, but from there, they get dropped.
I don't know, and that's the thing, I don't know why they made that wild, desperate rotation through those fields. They could have stuck towards a coastline, edged their way in. They knew that fight with Fury had kind of delayed their ability to move in. They were already coming outside the circle. Teams were already going to be somewhat pretty solidified inside this phase 4, so as much as the Team Extraordinaire did well, it was also their own undoing why they've ended up going down, and that's definitely gone into the hands of E-Arena, right? They do have only 2 chicken dinners, and with a third, they're not going to win, but they can at least overtake Team Extraordinaire in that secondary spot, because From the Future are taken out. They were lying in third coming into this game, so once again, the door is open for the top 3. But as of right now, despite them being taken down, Fury are still in the top spot.
Yeah, it's just going to literally come down though, right, to whether or not DXG and Team Bliss can pick up the chicken dinner. If they don't, it's probably looking good from Fury. Monty, you can't get too aggressive here. It's real nail biting stuff here, Imperium, because it's like you guys are you're a duo. I know you got to try and get the information and find some kills to try and advance and make the play, but on the flip side of it though, you know that if you pick up the chicken dinner right as a duo, you're gonna win the event. So it's really hard here for these teams to decide and dictate what they want to do and when to do it. Just looking at this phase though, we have got about 1 minute and 50 odd seconds left to try and find something here. If you're one of these sides, I think though, for these 2 teams of DXG and Bliss, out of the 2, it's probably DXG that look slightly better, and Lyrics nearly finding the headshot there with the SLR. I think that was onto one of the DXG players, but still Monty engaging SGD. This is really back and forth stuff here, Imperium. They haven't. They really haven't. I think they're probably out of it now in terms of kill count as well. I mean, unless they decide to just hop in vehicles and absolutely fly everybody on the map. But
yeah,
it's going to be hard to do. Easier said than done. But you're probably looking at DXG now. They were our game number 1 winners. Can they finish off the event with a win as well and claim top spot?
I think they can, but also E-Arena, I've kind of got to get behind them a little bit. Team Bliss, they're down to 2 players, so really it's not going to be easy for them. It's going to require so many other teams around them picking each other off and just hoping that all the things align in the world of the PUBG gods in their favor and they end up claiming the chicken dinner. The next circle is about to shift up. We're 16 seconds away. Myth have lost 1, but the revive will come out and that'll keep them up as a 3-person team. The smokes go across the wall. Division X Gaming working wonderfully to suppress the members of Team Bliss.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot from Division X. They're just trying to keep them as far away from the zone as possible. You'd say their rotation path slightly easier to deal with on the northern side of the zone than the likes of Bliss, who have got SGD too close, probably for comfort for their liking. And
Yeah.
Arena, they do this so well. The 2-2 split. They send 2 players off to anchor inside the zone, and the other 2 really hug the back of the blue to try and stop as many people advancing into this phase as possible. But with 6 teams left here now, Imperium, 17 players alive, it's not long before we'll be starting to see who is looking likely to not only take this chicken dinner, but take the AOC Masters.
Nice shots by Faraz to continue suppression onto NRX. NRX are doing what they can to hold things down, but a lovely couple of shots and a nade between KM99 and Faraz to help finish off NRX with the help of Division X Gaming. Boom, down NRX goes. Sayonara, Konnichiwa. Thank you so much to NRX for competing in this AOC Masters Regional Finals Tournament and representing your team and country. But the game goes on. We're down to our final 5 teams. 15 players left alive. Division X Gaming, Logfire, his vehicle is going to roll over. No, not quite. He keeps it going, just like this team is keeping their own game going, but they're getting so much closer to the arena.
Yeah, I think luckily for them, there is somewhat of a dip in this flat line that they can use as it's sort of like a half ridge, if you want to call it that, to try and use. It's very, very hard for them, though. No matter what, though, I think it's going to be Team Blisto still with 3 chicken dinners on the board, trying to make things work. They're literally just walking into the line of sight for SGD here. It's going to be very hard for them. But here we go, the engagement between E-Arena and Division X look like it's getting underway.
Now, for Bliss, I think they could have done one thing. One thing they probably could have done, and it's completely silly, might not have worked out, but they actually could have gone into the blue around kind of the side of the hill and avoided Xiaoji Dui. That could have worked out. They would have taken a decent bit of blue damage, but either way, they've gotten closer to the edge of the circle for the time being. Division X, E-Arena. This is such an important fight for Division X. They're currently in 5th spot on 83 kills.
It's gonna be so tough, as they are gonna fall one player though. It's Faros, or Logfi, sorry, as Faros takes him down. And well, for the side of TXG, it's all fallen apart from them.
Oh no,
they wiped, and well, now it looks like Team Fury are in pole position to take home the title with AOC Masters 2021. We've not confirmed it just yet because we're not too sure what the leaderboards will look like after this game with missed kills. But just judging off my mental maths, I think, and I say this with not a lot of confidence, but I think Fury have just done it.
I think they have. Every single team that was on the same amount of chicken dinners as them are down and out. Myth are on 116 kills, but they've been kind of quiet in this game with only kind of 1 squad wipe earlier on. I believe they maybe have 3 or 4 kills and they needed 15 to 18 or something like that. And with only so many players left, it's probably not going to be enough. But let's be fair, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are there for the taking between either one of these teams. So it's still a very important game for the top 3. Xiaoji Dui, they've been close. They've been close game after game. They've battled in Pachinki and Arangale. They fought through Picado in Miramar, and they're in to the final 3 of the last game of the AOC Masters.
Yeah, well, Shen is going to fall, unfortunately. So Myth draw first blood here in these final engagements, and for deciding made in Thailand, I think they are just going to fall short, unfortunately, as they think they know they've got to try and advance for these kills here, but they are trying to play for the improvements on that prize pool, of course. $3,000, the mouse, keyboard, headset, and brand new AOC monitor going home to the first place team. So they're going to try and get themselves in the mixer of those cash prizes and peripheral prizes too. But for E-Arena, though, the player advantage, probably you would say the position advantage ever so slightly too. they're looking good here to finally put the third on the board, but it's probably too little too late.
Thanawat and Rogue Namdi, the last two players up for the side of Myth. They've on either side of the road. I appreciate what Thanawat was doing, going quite heavily forward off the back of the knock on the Shen, and they control the Shack. Xiaoji Dui are kind of aware that they don't want to push too far forward. E-Arena are across the road, and if they smell the opportunity to get a clean third party, they'll do exactly that. It's 4v2 between these final three teams in the last game of the AOC Masters Regional Finals.
Yeah, but what an event it has been. You can say, though, Imperium, I've had very much fun the whole week. I appreciate you joining me. It's been a pleasure as always. And for the sides, though, you know, they're just kind of playing for consolation and opposed to actually first place. I don't think, unless there's been some sort of counting error in terms of kills across the whole week's worth of action. It just goes to show, though, like, even the squad of SGD, right? Like, even if they was to win this game and put themselves onto 3, think of I think it might have been yesterday they lost to Fury in a head-to-head.
Yeah.
They lost one earlier on today as well in a head-to-head. It swings and roundabouts, you know, PUBG. If it goes a different way, it can really, really change the whole tide of the tournament. But, well, for E-Arena, it's a 2 versus 1 versus 1, as I don't know what falls after Namji finds 2. And, well, make it a 1v1v1 now, as Upchan's found 1 and Jervis has found 1 as well.
Yeah, and Lyrics is not in a good spot, let's be fair. KM99 is behind, but of course he got knocked. The Arena are eliminated. Xiaoji Dui going up against Myth for the final game. And honestly, I can't help but feel I want Myth to win this game with how well they performed in the last Miramar game. And they've done so much to control their destiny, control their result in these games, in these final couple of matches. But I also appreciate that Xiaoji, they've been stubborn enough to continue to fight in Pachinki, constantly coming out on top, constantly putting themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, I think for Made in Thailand as well, I think they'll probably be kicking themselves a few times after probably wanted to have thought, you know, in the middle sector of games, if we played a bit faster paced, got a few more kills, didn't try and play slow too much, they could have potentially won the whole thing. But, well, for SGD, unfortunately it's not going to work. But for Made in Thailand, that is going to be the game. But you can see here, for the side of Fury, they are going to take home the victory. The love hearts, cool as you like for Yakika Mikkel. I'm not too sure who that is towards the bottom left, but he's doing his best Playboy Bunny impression. As well, for the side of Fury, you got to say congratulations to them. I think, you know, after a relatively poor start to the tournament, you could say they went huge when they... Okay, Insight. Sure, okay. Well then, that's...
Fantastic. Look, that's that awesome kind of Australian humour that really comes into the mix. And there's definitely a lot of relief behind Fury winning that, of course, because they left it until the final 2 games. They got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, which I said they kind of needed, right? They got 1 chicken dinner today. They kicked it off with a chicken dinner, and in the end, a lot of relief. But that calmness, the humor, the attitude behind how they compose themselves is a big part of why they're able to be victorious in these kind of tournaments, right? Because you do need to have a cool head. You do need to stay kind of collected and have that humor and play, because the stress is going to be there. You can't necessarily take it away, but you could do everything in your power to slow it down, to calm it down. And Fury, they were so on point through so many of these games. Plus, at the end of the day, the amount of goddamn kills they got in those games, I think coming into this game, John, they were on an average of like 5.9 kills per game. Yeah. Nearly 6 kills per game average. That is massive.
It's ludicrous, honestly. It really is. And I think that's what I would like to think is what Fury did is say, okay, we want to really focus on fragging and getting kills for the first 3 or 4 days of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then we want to practice our clutch factor going into PGC and how we can perform, you know, with the odds against us and our backs against the wall. And they've just done just that. So huge congratulations to them. But let's take a little look at how things unfolded here, and no doubt the story at the start of the game was between SGD and the Expendables.
Yeah, again, I think we were both a little bit surprised that Xiao GD decided to kind of drop like that, and even the Expendables to an extent, but definitely Xiao GD, they ended up winning it, coming out on top, and from there, it was that typical, to an extent, last game of the tournament where a lot of these teams, a majority of these teams, were really just kind of fighting for either a little bit of pride, maybe an extra position, or just having a bit of fun. So we saw a bit of a looser game from a lot of these teams. Bliss's engagement onto Bad Boys Alliance was, of course, initially questionable, but in the end, they came out on top, only losing Rain in the process. I can't help but feel that maybe if they had kept up as a full squad, it would have been a stronger game for Team Bliss, possibly a game-winning performance from the side of Bliss, because they've clearly proven what they can do in the late stages of the game, but losing that one player maybe slowed them down a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations, right, where you're never going to know what could have happened in the game unless you played the situation out, right?
True.
And it's so hard to sort of speculate and come to conclusions, but you definitely would like to think, though, if they had the full squad left alive and opposed to the duo that was alive for Team Bliss in the end game, it could have been slightly different. But let's not take it away from Made in Thailand. They are the first team to win back-to-back games in our actual tournament. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they are going to top that leaderboard, as we have already confirmed that Fury have taken home first place here. But I think for this for this event in general, a lot of these teams will be looking back in it and probably say we could have done something slightly different. This was absolutely ridiculous from Yukika Macau, by the way. I think is this where him and Flood won the 2v4 to take down From the Future.
And I think Flood maybe made a slight mistake trying to confirm that kill where he ended up getting counter-knocked. It's very hard to tell, you know, it's hard to kind of plan that, but then in the end, Team Extraordinaire went in for a third party, and it was beautifully executed by Team Extraordinaire with the third party. Waikika Mukau did try everything he could to keep his team alive and turn it around, but in the end, Team Extraordinaire only losing How in the process. And again, I mentioned during the game, they really didn't need to make this kind of rotation, this kind of blind move into the circle so late into phase 4. At this point, it was 30 seconds or so before the next phase is about to shift up. Common sense would say that a lot of teams would already be solidified on the edge of the circle inside, ready to punish you for those mistakes, and indeed, Team Extraordinaire unfortunately made it.
Yeah, I agree, and this is how things ended up with the side of Made in Thailand in the 1v1. It was Nansmi versus the solo player for SGD in Upchen, and well, Nansmi come out on top there to put the back-to-back win on the board. And you know, congratulations to Made in Thailand, but also commiserations, they fall just short. I think they'll probably finish in second place. Well, we are going to see the champions of the tournament once again. There you go. It is Fury. Oh, look at how close that is, Imperium.
Yep.
That's literally one game of them surviving and not dying off of spawn, and it's so much closer. A 14 kill difference sees Team Fury top it out. Behind them is Made in Thailand in second, and third and fourth is From the Future and Team Extraordinaire.
Yeah, Division X, I think, kind of not the biggest losers, because they came into this game and 5th place, but I think they were well capable of that little bit better towards the end. Credit to both Division X and From the Future. If you remember right back to day 1, they were our first 2-game winners, and they kind of fell a little bit down, and then they rose back up to get 2 more chicken dinners each and come into the fold, come into the mix for the final couple of days. Team Extraordinaire as well showed their faces proudly in the last couple of days to once again challenge for the top spot, but in the end, Fury, the Australian team, coming out victors in the AOC Masters regional final. Massive performance from them, and to give also a shout out to their Australian brethren in Team Bliss. They were so good, and I'm continually impressed with how they performed in all of the days. It was just one small part of not maybe adapting as quickly or as well to the rest of the lobby
Yeah.
compared to a couple of other teams that saw them fall down a little bit more than they could have.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the side of Bliss, who led the way for so long, but of course the main story point is Fury getting some great practice in going into PGC as well, so we wish both them and Baonam United the best of luck in that. Commiserations to the other teams, unfortunately, that didn't either qualify for PGC or place very well here in the AOC Masters, but unfortunately that is all we got time for. It's been an amazing week's worth of action. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in, Imperium. Solid effort and solid performance as always, my friend. Really thoroughly enjoyed doing this with you. Hopefully we can link back up again soon and see you guys in the next set of this tournament. From myself here, the production team, and everyone at AOC Masters Tournament of 2021, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you.